Thank you
Hi.
for being here from England. I'm really looking forward to listening to today's panel and go.
Thank you very much. It is wonderful to be here and wonderful to see all the faces to go with the names other than just on pictures. It is wonderful. So today I want to talk about back to normality. This is something that I'm covering a lot in my classes, just for anybody who's not sure what I do, because I just must remember that not everybody who's here does know that, so I apologise. I'm Nikki Price. Myself and my husband run a Facebook page called Rainbow After the Storm, where mental health matters. I've been teaching in the community for the last 4 or 5 years to help people with mental health and well-being. I try very hard to come from a place of when I've either struggled or just as struggled, or people I know around me have struggled. And I have, I'll be honest with you, when it's come to depression or anxiety, I'm one of those people that if I'm going to do it, I do it well. So I haven't had a little bit of depression, or I wasn't a little bit anxious. When I did it really, really well. So I still have my moments. I still have the occasional day or two or moment in life. But the way that I look at that is because life happens. That's what I always try to look at, is that there'll be a reason why I'm feeling the way that I'm feeling. So I know we're over in the UK. I know over in Canada. I think you're still in lockdown, or you're starting to come out of lockdown. I'm not too sure. It's changing, isn't it?
We're still in lockdown. We're in our third wave, and provincially in Manitoba, we're #1 in North America for cases.
So you still it's crazy. We are slightly, but it's just coming out of our third wave and our third lockdown, and fingers crossed. However, I think what I wanted to talk about, and I'm talking about this a lot at the moment, and I have done all the way through actually, is what will our new normality look like? What have we learned about ourselves? Because ultimately that's what it comes down to, is what do you want to do moving forward? I would love to know, if it's all right to ask, and let me know if this isn't the way that the panels work, but I would love to know what it is that you've learned in the last 12 months about yourself. I think for me, what I've learned is, I don't want to say that I took hugs for granted or going out for a meal with Kaylee for granted. I just realised when I stopped doing them, and we were lucky enough last week to go out, and I'm meeting her again tomorrow for lunch. Kaylee's my daughter. That's what brings me happiness. So I don't want to say that I used to take it for granted. I just didn't ever think.
The recording has stopped.
Okie dokie. Okay. I'm presuming Heather turned up. Right, what I'm presuming. We'll go with that.
Well, Nikki, for just so you know, panels at Keycon are in a various number of formats. Some of them are people sitting around a table all having a conversation. Some of them are someone at the front lecturing to people. Hello, Rob. What I've learned
This
about
meeting
myself,
is being recorded.
and we're back. What I've learned about myself is how much I needed the contact with other people and seeing people face to face. I hadn't realized how important that was to my mental well-being until suddenly I couldn't see people face to face. And again, like with you, it just never occurred to me to think of it. And now suddenly I'm really painfully aware that I miss people at a level that it feels like my heart is being torn out.
I understand. Things that you would never have thought about before, just messaging someone, or just walking to a store or walking to a coffee shop and meeting them for a coffee, or just going for a walk with someone. Yeah, I get it. It's almost like the real basics as well. Thank you, Laurie. Is it all right to ask everybody? Is that all right to do that, or am I doing a little bit classroom there? Is all right to do? Sorry, I'm just trying to gather myself here. Vivian, is it okay? Oh, Vivian, it's just so nice seeing you. Hi. I feel I need to do this. Sorry. Hang on, because I do this every time. I need to do this because I do this every disco when Vivian comes on. Sorry, I'll behave now. Right. What have you learned about yourself in the last 12 months?
Well, I learned that I can change the whole structure of how I exist based on emergency. My lifestyle was very different before the pandemic hit. I was extremely busy. I was out and about, very independent, and I haven't gotten on a bus since this all started. I'm a person that takes the bus everywhere, and I've not gotten on a bus. So I've restructured my lifestyle. I've had a lot of quality time with my cat, which is very, very joyful. She's turning 21 at the end of the month.
Wow.
And she's a rescue. I got her when she was 16 with her sister. And her sister passed away in 2019. So it's just been me and Sky. And Sky thinks the pandemic is brilliant. She's loving it. She's one of those cats that just loves having me around. And everything is her and I these days. So it's very, very different. I used to see a lot of people and be with family and do all those things. And now it's very different, isn't it? My whole world is my neighborhood, places I can walk to. My cousin Gord's in my bubble, so he brings me groceries. And it's a very different thing. It gets difficult because I can't see my grandchildren. It was difficult. I couldn't be with my dad when he was dying from COVID. And I still can't properly have closure because we can't have a celebration of life for him. But my son and I participated in an article in the Winnipeg Free Press this weekend where families were remembering their loved ones who died of COVID. It's a memorial and it's going to be ongoing, and anyone can add to it. It's to these COVID stories. And so, life is completely different. But I'm 63, so I had to embrace virtual. That wasn't exactly easy for me. But I'm learning how to navigate virtual things. And I was so happy a year ago when I followed Lori and found out about Rainbow. So I got on Rainbow, and that's just been a very positive thing because you can get very depressed because you're not interacting and being with people like you're used to being with people.
Yeah. No, it is. Thank you. And you've been. It's been incredible to follow you back as well, and to hopefully be there when you've needed us, and vice versa. You're now there for others that need them at the time, and that is one of the things that I love. And I know that's from Keycon as well. That's what you all have there. It's look after each other. I'm doing that with my hands, you can't see, but that's what it feels like. It is that if one of you's down, someone else puts their hands out and virtually puts their hands out and puts their arm around them. So it's been that's the other thing that's, again, things that I've got out of the last 12 months is meeting you all. In my head, I cannot believe that I didn't know you all. It's the weirdest thing. It's just the weirdest. Firstly, it's strange that I've never actually met you face to face, or any of you, but because I feel like have. And then how did I not know you 12 months ago? Well, it was just a little bit over 12 months ago. So there's been some real blessings and things that I will be taking forward, as well as a lot of the other things that have happened, and a lot of sadness, I know, for a lot of people. Vivian, thank you so much. Mr. Eric, can I come to you, sir? I like Eric. He makes me smile. He bobbed on Friday disco and said, "What is all of this foolishness and silliness going on?" Thanks for that. I'll come back to Eric. He'll come back at some point. Rob, how are you, sir?
I am surviving. Lost both my parents this year.
Oh, mate.
So my father had dementia. It was coming on for years. But my mother was rather sudden. And trying to visit my mother in the hospital was difficult. They kept with all the COVID restrictions. So.
Oh, I wish I could put my arm. Well, sorry, I wish I could put my arms to the screen and give you a hug. I really do. Not saying that you'd want one, but I just. Have you got anybody else around you? Have you got any family or friends who are around you that are?
Yeah, I have a brother and sister. Don't talk to my brother much, but I do talk to my sister. One of the distressing things is a lot of my friends had passed away before my parents did. Like, I keep thinking I'm middle age, I'm too old, I'm not old enough for all this, and everybody keeps dying. So it's getting bad. So.
Oh, I am so sorry. I am so sorry. I don't know whether or not after this, Amber, I'm going to ask you if that's all right. If you're able to point Rob if he needs any more assistance in the right way. I wouldn't even dream to know where to go in Canada. I'm not saying for 1 minute, Rob, that you need any extra help, but it would make me feel a little bit more comfortable if that's okay, because I don't even know what to say to you, Rob, if I'm being honest with you. I really don't, because I don't think I lost my dad 3 years ago, and he was over in Spain. He lives in Spain with my mum, and I never got to see him at the end because it just all happened very quickly. And there are no words. I can't think of anything to say to you other than, and I don't even want to say time helps, because it's not that time helps. It's people always, when I talk about grief, sorry, this wasn't where I was going, but I feel like I can't just dismiss what I'll move on from what Rob said without saying something that's okay with everybody. I feel grief is, can I draw you a picture? This is the only picture I will draw for you all. But I just find it a very effective way for describing grief, and it helped me tremendously. Oh, I didn't realise I was doing arts and crafts. I said I wasn't, didn't I? So for me, this is life, and we're just getting on with it. Can you see that? Sorry, I don't know how much glare you have. So this is life, and you're getting on with it. And I find what happens with life when we have a major trauma that goes on is everything, absolutely everything, and just your life becomes everything you think about, everything that you do, is in that moment. Mm-hmm. And it feels like that moment is never, ever, ever going to shift. Now, people who haven't gone through grief, and grief can be the grief like yourself and Vivian were talking about, when you've physically lost somebody, but grief can also be a massive change in circumstances. It could be a loss of a relationship, or it could be a loss of a job. It could be any change could be classed as a kind of grief. But I certainly think the kind of grief that you're talking about, I know Vivian was talking about, and I know Laurie's struggled, sorry, without saying too much, I know Laurie's lost some very good friends recently too. And anybody who doesn't understand about grief says it'll get smaller over time. Can I just point out that person's clearly never had anything to do with grief, whoever says that to you. I think the way that it was described to me is that it's not that this gets smaller, it's just that, excuse me, your life continues and gets bigger. And over time, new memories and things that go on, it just gets big. Your life gets bigger, that doesn't get smaller. Now, there will be moments in time, it could be anything. It could be a smell, it could be an anniversary, it could be someone you see out of the corner of your eye, it could be a song that comes on the radio, it could be anything. And you feel like you've moved right back into this moment where Rob, I'll be honest with you, where you are right feeling right now, or so it feels right now. Can I just say to you, where you are here, you don't stay here. There will come, if you're over here and you've gone into it, it feels like it, but you do come back out again. I always think that this, again, excuse my drawing, is a little bit like, that looks nothing like, but it's a little bit like if you cut a tree in half and you saw the rings of a tree. You know, they say how many other rings there are, and this, that, and the other. And also in the tree, There are different knots. And each knot represents something that's happened in your life. All I would like to say, if that's okay, is that while you're in this, my advice to you would be, is to look after yourself. And I mean, truly look after yourself, not in just the, yeah. It's about going back. Laurie reminded him of this the other week. It's Maslow's theory. You go back to real basics. And as you were saying, when I asked you how you were doing, you said, I'm surviving. Can I give you a round of applause for that? Because right now, that's just all you need to focus on, is surviving, is just eating, is just keeping warm, keeping watered, sleep. And then with a little bit of time, if you look at the drawing, it's not that this will get smaller, it's just your ring will get slightly just a little bit away. And over time, that ring moves away. And like I said, that doesn't mean that you won't go back into this bit, because the reason this work is consuming is because we loved people. And I know I'm not telling you anything you don't know, Rob, but I just want to tell you it gets easier. Actually, I think Amber said something the other day about over time. It's not about it. What is it? What did you say, Lam? You did. I'm sure you have. I'm sure I'm not making that up. It's not that it gets easier. We learn to be more flexible. We get used to it being there. We move with it. At the moment, it feels like we've got a routine, and everything in our routine comes back to it. Almost feels like, but that's not there, or they're not there, or that's not happening. And in time, we end up just kind of moving around. We adjust a little bit more with it. But for me, it's give yourself time, give yourself permission to grieve whatever grief is in your world. But it takes time. It does take time. I've met people who said, well, it happened 12 months ago, it happened 2 years ago, it happened 5 years ago, 10 years ago, and I'm not over it, and I should be. No one's got a right to tell you when you should and shouldn't stop feeling such things. There will come a point where you'll start to feel a little bit better, and then that little bit better will start to be a little bit more often. And it's like the scales come back to some kind of normality. Those skills will go back, but where you are right now, all you need to focus on is your words, is surviving. And lots of self-love. If you feel like having that, I'm going to speak as a female now. If you feel like having that bar of chocolate, then you have it. Because if it makes you feel better right now, that's what you need to do. And if you can find a way that you see something on TV, or you're watching us on a Friday night being silly, and it makes you laugh and it makes you smile, good. If you can laugh and smile at anything, take it, because there'll be a lot of times where you won't feel like it.
And if anybody needs connections to local resources, by all means, message me.
Thank you.
I've got all the connections. This is what I do for a living. But Rob, you know how to contact me. If you need anything, by all means,
Please
contact me. But Nikki's absolutely right. Grief is a process. There's no time limits, and there's no right or wrong way to grieve. The same goes for you, Vivian. And take joy wherever you can.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Amber. And you were meant to be here on this panel today to be able to do that, because I wouldn't know where to point anybody over in Canada. Thank you for that. Really appreciate it. Rob, I'm sending you the biggest hugs. I hope you don't mind a virtual hug, but I'm sending you one. Be grateful it's not in person. Note to self, must ask people if they want hugs. Thank you. Eric, how are you doing?
There, am I on mute?
Oh, hang on. You're there. I got you on mute again. Spock Junior. That's hilarious. There we go.
Am I unmuted?
Yes.
Okay.
I forgot about what my question was, but how are you, sir? It's so good to see you.
Good.
Look at the smile on my face. It's like, I feel like I've known you all for so long. And I was saying on Friday, you came in on the disco, and it was just the one line of, what is all this silliness that's going on right now? It just cracks me up. We've been chatting about kind of the last 12 months, what have we learned about ourselves? Is there anything that you can pinpoint that you look back and think, oh yeah, I didn't realize that, or you're bringing forward with you?
Well, you guys mentioned probably the socializing isn't there. Obviously, we all know that, but it's coming.
Yeah.
That's my outlook. It's coming.
Yeah, it is. I'm out with Kaylee tomorrow, and there's a few things that I like about this new way of being. Is one, you have to book a table, and can I point out, I like booking a table. I didn't realise the stress I felt when you just turn up somewhere and will they have a table or not have a table. I quite like this. Is there a table? And I quite like that they come to your table to serve you, as opposed, I don't know what it's like in Canada. In the UK, you usually have to go up and order it. I'm quite liking this. They come to your table. Oh, now we've got lots of apps. I'll have another Diet Coke. Thank you very much. And they bring it. There's some nice ways of being moving forward. And I really hope that they keep some of those. Eric, it has been a pleasure meeting you in the last 12 months. You have brought.
I'm silly. I know.
I love it. Don't ever change.
Well, I consider myself an extrovert. That's what I am.
I get that, actually. I get that. And that talk that you did when you were doing that, when you was not talk, when you was walking and it was snowing, was brilliant. Really, really good.
That's what I do. I walk and drive. I get out.
Anytime you want to do any more lives while you're walking or driving, maybe not driving, when you're walking, feel free to. Oh, I love that. Sorry, I just love that from Keycon 22. I would like to remind everyone they've got 100% survival. As it says survival, then not success rate. I apologise. It's no use reading something. They have 100% success rate of surviving hard times. Thank you for that. I really like that one. Eric, it's a pleasure to see you. Again, I give you a hug right now. Just sending you a hug. Thank you.
We'll get you over here next year.
Oh, we are coming. Whether you want us or not, whether you invite us or not, we'll just be there. Did you hear me last night when I said, "Oh, we're absolutely we're a bit gutted not to be here"? It just was like a bit. We're devastated. All right, Pricey.
Oh, you're invited.
Thank you. We're going to need an extra suitcase just to put Mr. Price's fancy dress in. You know that, don't you? Though where the ironing board's going, I don't know. Anyway, or the plug, we're going to move on because we're recording. Before you open that, yeah. Dum da dum.
You might be able to arrange costuming here.
Oh, I'll see. Now we're talking my language. I'm going to move on, or else I will get distracted by that.
I just have to say the Chewbacca suit has to come. That's all I'm going to say.
I am, yes. I was a little bit disappointed the Chewbacca didn't arrive last night, to be honest with you, but maybe we'll have to leave that for a Friday night for him. He's just, I don't know.
Oh, and Nikki, when you come for next year's Keycon, you have to stay for the Pride Parade.
Oh, that sounds fantastic. That sounds right up my street. David. Mm-hmm. Actually, David, while you're here, I was going to come to you next, sir. How, in the last 12 months, what are you bringing forward with you? What have you learned about yourself?
Well, I have one of the things I have learned was how to save a little bit of my money. I have spent a lot on groceries, but I have learned the difference between need and want.
I like that.
But yes, what I spent my money on is mostly either a need or both need and want.
I really like that.
Yeah, because I'll be right back. This is one of my recent purchases.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, I like that picture on his wall. That's a nice picture. David's like me, just in the middle of something. I go and get you something. L'Oreal testament to this on a Tuesday night. Oh, I've just remembered something. I'll see you in a minute. I do it my Diffs disco as well, don't I? Hang on, I'll be back with you. Here he is.
Okay. Yes. So I recently let me maximize the video so I can see myself. Yes, this is what I recently. This is a magazine that I recently subscribed to. It's based in Winnipeg, and I've actually submitted a couple of manuscripts, but got rejected. But I'm hopefully by reading this magazine and reading the fiction in this, it'll help me choose better stories to submit to the magazine. And I have stories that go up to 6,000 and 7,000 words. And if you go to their website, Prairie Fire's limit for fiction and creative nonfiction is actually 10,000 words.
I just want to bring in Lambra here, if that's okay, because when you lifted it up, she was clapping, and she's just. In fact, I'll go to Lambra. Are you right to just kind of give us a little bit of background as to why that means so much to you, that magazine?
Oh, because
that magazine was started by my sister's husband, who died of cancer during the pandemic.
Oh.
And seeing people, it's not a genre magazine, but seeing people pick it up and talk about writing for it, it just really makes me happy to see that continuing.
Yeah,
because they are a literary magazine. They're a little bit of a snobby literary magazine. But for the Worldcon in 1994, they did a complete
Heather,
science
are you
fiction
there?
and fantasy genre run.
I thought I wouldn't start until.
So just seeing those connections, because in Winnipeg we have.
Have I gotten
no
my
degrees of
times mixed up
separation.
again?
I
That whole
think
6
so,
degrees of
yeah.
separation
Oh my God.
doesn't really
You were
exist.
supposed
We're
to
lucky
start
get
at
one
12
that is.
o'clock our time, which was 27 minutes ago.
yes, and
Okay,
I've
I got it mixed up with. I thought I was supposed to be here at
Yes,
1
and
o'clock
I've
your
also
time, which is
done a
2
lot
o'clock
of,
my time.
writing and writing
Okay,
short
no,
stories
12 o'clock our
and
time.
submitting and
So you
Anyway.
still got, yep, this one we
Keycon
had extra time
rejection
for you,
after
so you still
rejection,
have
but,
just a little
during the
over an hour.
pandemic, I was
Okay.
I
Two
did have a
minutes.
short story published in
Let me
Scarlet
just
Lake
turn on-
Review.
So
well done, David. That's fantastic.
Okay, so will I be able?
It's called
Why don't we
Will I be able to
stop-
hear other people?
pardon me?
Will I be able to hear other people this
And
time?
it's about a
Yes,
dinner
if they
party
unmute
gone
their mics,
south
you'll be able to
when,
hear them.
the,
Yeah.
Okay, because
Uh,
I am ready to start.
dinner party conversation topics of politics and religion make their way into the event.
I can only imagine, actually. That you must have been thrilled. Well done. Really proud of you. Well done. Has that spurred you on to want to do even more now?
Yes, I've actually submitted other short stories to anthologies, and here, let's see if I can share my screen. Okay, let me get this. Oh, yes, here's where I want to go. This is actually what I'm doing for a short story that I'm currently working on. Okay. Here, let me. Here we are.
Wow.
Yes, and the song that I picked is Mexican Radio by Wall of Voodoo.
Wow.
Yeah, we had to take one-hit wonder songs and write them as murder mysteries.
Oh, how clever is that? Fantastic. Very, very clever. Very inspirational. Oh. Are you okay to switch the screen share off? Is that okay? Oh, you're a good one. It saves me having to try to work out how to do it. It saves me having to work out how to do that. David, I'm very excited and hopeful for you. I'm glad that you found, well, you were already channeling your creativity into it, but it's great that you've had some success in the last 12 months and to help you to continue. Wonderful news, wonderful news. So I'm going to bring it back onto, if it's okay, to look a little bit more about what the panel which was bringing back to normality. But I just want to read out what Rob wrote, which because it's made me giggle, with regards to ironing man. And Rob's put, many hotel rooms here have ironing boards. So I'll just leave that with us. Rob, I am liking your sense of humour. That is good. So what I wanted to talk to you about the bringing back to normality, the first thing that I always ask people to just think about is to go with how they're feeling. A lot of time we feel, or we can start to feel pressurized to do things at other people's pace. Come on, come out. No, I'm okay, thank you. No, please, come on, we'll do this, do that. What's wrong with you? It's okay. The restrictions have been lifted. Now, I know we're all at different places and different timings, but there will come a time, as you know, because Vaz been over in Canada, and then you build it like us, we 2 step forwards and then another 3 back. So for me, it's about listening to what is it that you want? How do you want to feel? I teach a lot of classes on how to say no, but I also teach classes on how to say yes, because sometimes it's just as important to listen to ourselves. The way I do it, if someone says, do you want to come to something? And my stomach drops, I think, no, that's not the right thing for me. If someone asks me if I want to do something, I think that sounds a really good idea. Then I'll give myself some space to have a think about it. And one of the things that I teach when I talk about how to say no is I very rarely use the word no. We have this, I've done a lot of research into this, asked lots and lots of questions to lots and lots of people. And the answers that always come back is if I say no, people might think that I'm rude. I don't want to, I like to help people. I don't want to be the person that lets somebody down. What will they think of me if I say no? And the list just keeps growing. And before we know it, we are saying, yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, that's fine, I'll do that. And then we tend to end up in a heap somewhere, usually followed by the words, but I can't say no. So whenever I kind of teach this class, we look at what does no mean to you. But the way that I've learned to do it, first off, if someone asks me to do something, is I give myself some breathing space, because there will be people who will ask you and they want to ask you to do something, and you just think, I'm not ready for this right now, or that doesn't do anything for me, or it might be too many people. That's like my favourite statement at the moment. That might be a bit too people. I'm okay. I think if you are wanting to go out and do something, I would say something I'm going to talk about in the UK. In the UK, Saturday afternoon was renowned. It's not renowned for anything at the moment. It was renowned for being a really busy time if you went shopping. So I would imagine you've got peak times over where you are when you can go shopping or go out to the shops or to the malls. So if you do want to go out and we're feeling a little bit, I'm not too sure, because we've spent the last 12, 18 months being told going outside equals danger. We've actually been told as well in the UK, you go outside, you're likely to die. It wasn't quite as blunt as that, but that was the message. So just because somebody's changing it or has changed it, doesn't suddenly mean that our mind goes, oh, right, okay then. Now, so don't get me wrong, some people's minds do that. They were the ones that weren't walking around with masks on, if I'm being honest with you. They were the ones that were meeting up when they shouldn't have been meeting up. But for the large majority of us, we are taking things in our own time. It was like going out for lunch with Kaylee last week. I deliberately went on a Monday. I went, we were there for 12. I knew we'd have a table. So I didn't have to worry about meeting people. It was done really, really well. And what I kind of did when I first went in, I was just sat watching, and every person that came in had to scan where they were. And it was done really, really well. So it reassured me. That was the only time I went out. I didn't kind of think, oh, everything's okay. I'm doing it slowly and I'm doing it at my own pace. And I'm deliberately picking times, like I say, where I know I won't be quite as busy. I'm going to places I'm excited about. Harvesters, again, I never thought I'd get excited over a harvester. Harvester, I don't know, you have them in Canada. You go and they have an unlimited buffet of salad. I know I don't look like I live off an unlimited buffet of salad, but it's my favourite thing. I love it. I can have all the things that I like to be able to have without anybody else kind of saying, you must have peppers and you must have this. No, I want pineapples and sweet corn and onion, thanks very much. And I'd like some blue cheese sauce. So we was excited to go. I think if it was going somewhere that I wasn't excited to go to, I'm not sure I would have done. So I think that's the first thing I'd say is go at your own pace and listen to your body. When it comes to saying no, give yourself some space. I will often say, just let me check my diary on that, or let me check whether we've got a selection of the children coming over. Actually, Tommy tends to be Oliver now, so that has changed a little bit. Give yourself some time, some space, and don't feel pressurized into doing something that you don't fancy doing or you don't feel is right for you in that moment. Because you will have, like I said, some people who can't wait to get out, and that's okay. That's okay. The other thing I think I've learned about myself in the last 12, 18 months that has really helped me is what's in my control and what's out of my control. And in my control is anything to do with me. So what I say, who I interact with, what I do, my opinions, my behaviour. What is outside of my control is other people's thoughts, other people's behaviours, other people's actions, who other people do and don't want to meet, what they do and don't say to someone. We spend a lot of time wishing we could help others. Often it's not that we control, we just think, oh, if I'll do it with Just, if only he'd do it this way, right, his life would be so much easier, right? We've all had those thoughts. Now I'm trying to, I hope, come from a good place. However, that's not for me to control. I can say, actually, I've been thinking about this. What's your thoughts on that? And then that's up to that person whether they take it on. So if somebody wants to go out every day and they're going to wherever they're going to, then can I point out that's nothing to do with us? And I mean that quite bluntly, because we spend a lot of time worrying about what other people are doing. Now, if that person who's going left, right, my mum knows someone like this, and they're out all the time. As soon as they've kind of said you're allowed to go out, they're out. And my mum's worrying now because my mum's doing the minimum. She'll go to the supermarket, come back. She'll go to there and she'll come back. And then actually this other person wants to come round and they've been da-da-da-da-da-da-da because that's what suits them. And I said to my mum, if you don't feel comfortable with it, just say no, just leave it. This is our health we're looking after and our mind. So what someone else is doing, it's no use us focusing, oh, they're doing this and they're doing that. Leave.
The recording has stopped.
Leave them to it. It's nothing to do with how we're feeling. We can only focus on what we do. I've just realised, Debbie, I am so sorry. I haven't asked you how you're doing. I am so sorry. I got to... Where's Debbie gone?
This meeting is being recorded.
Debbie, are you there, my lovely? Nope.
Sorry, folks. I lost Zoom at my end. Did it continue for you?
It did indeed, yes.
Zoom continued. The recording stopped and started.
Okay.
And this is the one part, isn't it, about working from home? The thing is, have you all noticed that we just get on with it now? It's like, yeah, they'll be back in a minute. It'll sort itself out. Okay. Does anybody understand a little bit more when I say that about we get caught up in what other people would be doing? I know, I'll be honest with you, I haven't had many a conversation with them, but it does come back to, can I do screen share?
You should be able to.
Yeah, are you all right for one minute? Where will it be? Canva. Sorry, everyone, won't be a second. All your designs. David, you've inspired me to do screen share. Oh, come on. Circle of influence. In my control, out of my control. No, it's not bringing you joy. Here we go. Kindness, no. Sorry, everyone. I didn't even think about doing this with you. Sometimes a visual I find certainly helps me. There we go. That's what I wanted. There we go. Is that coming up, things in my control? Yeah. Okay. So things that are in my control. So going back to that, my actions, what I do, my self-care, how I look after myself, the friends I have, my words, my attitude, my decisions, my thoughts, how I respond to situations, what I say, and asking for help. Those are all the things that are in my control. So out of my control, others' actions, what other people believe, past mistakes, what others think, who loves me. Weirdly, I've had, not lots, but I've had a handful of people thinking it's really important that I get videos on how the vaccine is all made up and it's the government that are trying to do this, that, and the other. And I could get really cross, or I could get really wound up over it. And I just think that's their opinion. That's just their opinion. I'm going to pass it back to them. And I do imagine it like that circle there. I just think, just push it back outside and think, that's their opinion. There's nothing I can do about it. Everyone's allowed to believe whatever they want to believe. As long as it's not influencing or affecting me or my family, then each their own. And I do literally almost kind of like move it out of the way. The other sheet that we often do in class is this one. Thinking, so taking it from what we're talking about, and this is so easy to do at any point. It's just drawing a circle. Things about what thinking about in your own world. Note down what is in your control and what is out of your control. Often we will start off, what's going on in your mind, what you're worrying about. We'll make a big list. What's on your mind right now? I'm worrying about that and I'm worrying about that. Okay, out of all of those things that you're worrying about, what do you have some control over? And bring that into the centre of it. We're often worried about family and friends. And this isn't about me saying you mustn't worry about family and friends, because we're human beings. Why would we not worry about them? But when we're spending all our time just worrying about something that we have no influence over, all that's happening is we're being drained of energy, and it becomes a habit. And we end up feeling like that. It feels like that's a normal place and the normal way to think. So at any point, if ever you've got something that's going on, feel free to just kind of use this method. Just write it all down. What are you worrying about? I usually do a big cloud. Laurie will know if she's seen it a few times. Big cloud. What's on your mind? Boom, get it out. What's in your control? What's out of your control? And then the ones that are in your control, or I would then say, is what small step or what small thing can you do to help you feel a little bit better about that situation? So it could be that I'm worrying about getting to an appointment on time. So what we might have to do up then is just, okay, that's fine. Let me just double check what time the transport is, or what time I can get there, or is the parking that's there. I just used a very generic one off my top of my head there. I worry about parking. It's the weirdest thing. So what I've learned to do now is if I'm going anywhere, is I'll just say to someone, is there parking nearby? Yes, there is. It's just outside. I think, right, I don't need to worry about that now. It's about just airing some of these things that are in your head, because when you say it out loud, every time I say that I worry about parking, it sounds so irrational. But for me, I just think, oh, will there be parking, and will I this and will I that? And I think, well, actually, Nick, just set off a little bit earlier. If you get there early and you've got plenty of time to see where you're going, and then if you're early, that's fine. You can just catch up on your phone or something, or take a book with me. So I'm kind of bringing myself back down. But that's what I would talk about. I'm just going to undo what I just did there, because otherwise I wonder what was there before. Right, stop share. There we go. Sorry, I've got like 3,000 of those that we could sit here for the next 10 hours doing, which I'm sure none of you would want. Debbie, how are you, my lovely?
I'm doing okay. My uncle, just like today's his birthday, that's why I had to walk away. He got his wife, my aunt, is in the hospital. She had she just went last night because she had bad acid reflux. That's what they figured it was out. So she took Tums, it didn't help, but they said it's nothing too serious. So hopefully she'll come home tonight. So then my sister phoned me earlier that someone broke into her garage and stole her tomato plant. She had, because she didn't know if it's going to freeze overnight. So they stole her tomato plants and a few other things from the garage. But my sister's really upset because we had to go special to get these special sun sugar plants. On the other end, they stole them. So
what is wrong with people?
Yeah.
What is wrong with people? What have you learned about yourself in the last 12 months moving forward that you want to take with you? Oh, that's frozen. I don't know if that's frozen for everybody or whether that's just frozen at my end.
I learned, guys, frozen?
Oh, yeah, you're back. Yeah, no, you're on frozen. I can hear you.
Together, like I really miss going to Keycon, seeing everybody. I get to see them on Zoom here, so, but it's really important.
Oh, it just keeps freezing a little bit, Debbie.
And I'm probably
Oh, bless you. What I picked up there was that, you really missed seeing people, but seeing people like this. Technology.
My internet is unstable.
Oh, I think what is incredible. I think Vivian said it before about having to learn all these new ways of technology. If someone had said to me 15 months ago, by the way, you're going to be doing Zooms, you're going to be doing a YouTube, you're going to be doing Facebook Live. I mean, don't be silly. I'm not. But I'm so glad that I have. I'm so glad I overcame my fears to do them, because we can do things like this. And without me doing that, I wouldn't have met the incredible people that I have met. So for me, I've kind of learned a lot. I've dealt with my fears a lot. But this is certainly something, a way that I'm going to continue to communicate moving forward. Bit more with more people, because that is a lovely way to do it as well. But I'll know that I've always got this way as well.
I just want to quickly say, Leamber, you were saying that next year you might offer a supporting or friend of membership, which is strictly virtual for Keycon.
Yes, that is our intention.
So basically, people would be able to pay a lesser amount, a smaller membership fee to be part of the virtual event, as opposed to being the in-person event.
Yes.
And so that is a way that Keycon is moving forward, like you said, Nikki, with the new technology.
I love it. I love it. I think what I've learned in the last 14, 15 months, without this sounding creepy, is doing what I've done is allowed me to get into people, it always sounds creepy, but to get into people's living rooms that would never have been able to walk through a door of a classroom that I taught. And that's before the word social isolation, I even understood it, and certainly before COVID. I've had lots of people in my classroom that have not left their houses for a long, long time. And I think by being able to communicate with them this way, where they feel safe with where they are, I know now, if I said potentially let's meet in a park or wherever, he wants to go for a coffee, there would be people who would come to that who, without having this time to build up a relationship and realize that this is a safe person, or if Nikki's there, I know such a body's there, and they might not, a bit like us, we've never even met each other, but I feel like I know you all. And I'm excited to see you. And I think for me, I'm going to do the combination of the two things. And also the class that we do on a Tuesday night, it's a gift. We have Emma and Ben down in London. We've got Laurie when she's able to, Bob's in. We've got people who all around the UK who come into this meeting. And we wouldn't be able to do that if we just went, we're all going back to face. And I feel that would be a real loss. So it's really nice to have the combination of the two. Because for me, I learn more. The more people that I meet from different places, I learn more. So yeah, it's a nice combination of the two.
And I'll do a plug, but I get to hear voice assembly.
So you need to do a plug for what?
I said, I'll do a plug, but I get to hear voice assembly.
Yeah. Okay. Be
Yeah,
good.
I mean, and it's really changed the face of the convention world, because a lot of conventions now are discovering they can do the virtual aspect and they can actually make it work. So this might be happening not just with Keycon, but other things moving forward. So basically, yeah, what we have learned during the pandemic is the lessons will hopefully stick.
Yes, I think so, and I think we've talked, as I know, Laurie, I've heard you talking on about this as well, and I had the conversation with Justin, and I said to him, I think even when they say we don't have to wear masks, we'll carry on. I said, I'm going to carry on, and even Justin went, yeah, I think we will do. So again, I know, because I remember, Laurie, you were saying it was quite a while ago, actually, even at big conventions. In fact, it was before Christmas, because we were talking about the lack of flu, because we've all been wearing masks. So you're right. I think there's something in there. And I think it would just feel like normal. I'm mindful now of time, because we've got 4 minutes. I like that. I like that. Got 4 minutes. Is anybody would like to add anything to what we've talked about today, or say any words to help anybody else?
Well, about the masks, I'm actually planning to keep mine, because I've noticed that this past winter I haven't, apart from like basic sneezing and coughing, I haven't really caught a cold or a flu like this whole season. So I'm thinking about maybe keeping this on when I go out.
Love it.
Well, the thing is, there is a term, I'm just going to quickly say, David, there's a term in science fiction and fantasy fandom which has a lot of traction. It's con crud, which describes the horrible infection you get after being stuck in a hotel with 300 to 1,000 of your closest friends. And yeah, I think wearing masks, like you said, David, is going to cut down on con crud immensely.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been talking to a lot of fans locally, nationally, internationally, who are just saying, yeah, like David, we're going to keep wearing it.
Yeah. And I think that's the other thing about the going back to normal. If that's what you want to do, and remember, what's in your control, what's out of your control. If you want to carry on wearing a mask, carry on wearing a mask. Nothing to do with what anybody else thinks. If they don't want to wear one, again, what's out of your control. If they're trying to get you to do something you don't want to do, then no, this is my choice. I'm not affecting you. This is my choice. Thank you very much. And if they don't like it, I'll go somewhere else.
And I'll make a quick plug. Like I said, I think I think Nikki said it right. I think the virtuals are going to continue, because there is a lot out there now. I've met a lot of people, a lot of musicians, artists all over the world now, who stayed in their little hovel and did local, and now they're on the web, and everybody can see them.
Yeah.
So now they have thousands or millions of friends.
Yes. It is. Somebody put something, I love that, Eric. Thank you. So I think it was Emma G put something on. She said, I just want to say the biggest thank you to all of my best friends who live in the computer. And that has stayed with me, because that to me makes my heart sing, because that's how it is how I feel. How I feel about the connections and the conversations and the friendships that I have. Like I've never met you, but I feel like I have done. And that to me is an incredible gift that I'm going to take with me moving forward. So I'm just going to wrap it up now, if that's okay. Unless anybody just has anything that they want to. We all okay? Because I know that we've got to finish off, because there's another one coming.
Thank you, Nikki.
Thank you, Nikki.
Can I do
Thank
big
you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, it's so I could just see you and look at you all, and I know that sounds a little creepy, but I don't mean it like that. I just mean it's so nice to see your faces. We need to do it. Sorry, I am going to finish. We need to do a Friday night Zoom, don't we, on Disco? I think 1 week.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's me done. Sorry, Lambert. 1 minute.
That's okay. I've got to find out, but if I can get this paid Zoom working longer than whatnot, we might offer things like the disco on Zoom where we don't have to take breaks.
Yes. That would be good. That would be good. Yeah. We have been asked a few times over here, but I do think now is the time to even if we just do one a month where we do it on Zoom, because it's so good to see everyone's faces.
Yeah.
Really
And then you can see us
Thank you
dancing.
very much. My 5-minute warning has come up, so I have to say goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.
Oh.
Bye.
Bye.
and there were lots and lots of things I thought should be changed. And we finished doing most of those changes. And then I went back and I found that there was a piece missing in terms of foreshadowing the end. And I sent it back and asked you to fill that in. And you brought it back to me within 24 hours, I think. And it was perfectly clean. There wasn't a spell check problem. There wasn't a comma out of place. There was no misplaced phrasing. Everything was just perfect. And it went from, and to me, that was like this beautiful moment where we had redlined all these things to start. And in the process, you had taken care of all of the mistakes that you had made and never made them again. And to me, that I will never, ever forget that. That was very, very satisfying for me as an editor to see you just step up to the plate and hit it out of the park.
It actually reminds me of one of my favorite interactions with my first novel editor, Wayne Tefts, who did my first 2 books. And when the second book came in, I reread his edit letter for the first book because I was damn sure I was not going to make those mistakes again. Mm-hmm. And so I wanted to make sure that all of the stuff that he had pointed out as tics of my writing that I had addressed before he saw the book again. And so in the second edit letter, he's like, this was fantastic. He's like, yeah, none of the same issues you had with the first book. Here's what's wrong with this one. And it was just sort of like but it was like, it felt like, okay, I made different mistakes. I'm okay with making different mistakes. That means I'm trying something new.
Yep.
That means I'm not making him having to work hard to clean up the same old, right? But that's still one of my favorite editor interactions was, yeah, none of the old issues. Here's what you did wrong this time.
Yep.
I still laugh about it.
So I know we don't have our moderator yet. I think Leah's going to be here in a couple of minutes. But
Ellie is.
Oh, Ellie is
our moderator.
I'm going to say maybe we should start off with introductions and a few things for anybody who just came.
The moderator is there. She's just Eli Funk Squad.
Okay. Are you Leah?
Yeah, sorry, I forgot to change my moniker, but yeah, I'm LT Getty.
Okay. So did you want to start us off, ask for introductions or anything?
Yeah, sure. I'll start with introducing all of you, and then I guess I'll talk about why we're having a panel on editing to begin with. Sorry, the feedback is messing with me a little bit, but I'm going to work through it. All right, so we have Barb Galler-Smith. She is an editor from On Spec magazine and co-author of the Druids trilogy. Barb, you're also up for an Aurora Award. What's that story?
It's a short story that came out in November in Galaxy Quest magazine, and pretty proud of it. It's old lady vampires in a retirement home.
Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
All right. We have Chadwick Ginther. He is the author of the Thunder Road trilogy and Graveyard Mine. He's also up for an Aurora Award. Chadwick?
Yes, I am also in the short story category with Barb, who was my very first editor of a fiction piece. So it's awesome to be sharing a ballot with her. My story is called All Cats Go to Valhalla. It is in the Swashbuckling Cats 9 Lives on the Seven Seas anthology, edited by Rhonda Parrish, published by Taiki Books. It is not a story I ever thought I would submit, but I threw my hat into the Twitter conversation that was happening when Rhonda first proposed the anthology, so I kind of felt obligated to give her a story. And I'm really glad I did. I love it. I love how it came out, and believe it or not, it is a canon story in the Thunder Road universe. So if you're a Thunder Road reader, then there's definitely some Easter eggs in there for you.
Excellent. So while there's some dead air, we can't hear you, Leah. You're talking, but we can't hear you. So sorry. So while Leah's, no, you're still not working.
Shall I introduce myself then? Okay, I see a nod. Okay, so I'm Susan Forrest, and my most recent book, Flights of Marigold, is for an Aurora in the young adult category. Very proud of that. And the first book of the series got the Aurora for young adult last year. So I edit for Laxa Media Groups, which they've been putting out a series of award-winning anthologies. And I also am a freelance editor. I think there's just the three of us on this panel. Is that correct, it's Leah?
I think so.
Leah?
Yeah, Susan, Chadwick, and me. Yeah.
Leah, why don't you introduce yourself if you can?
No, she can't.
Oh dear.
We don't hear you at all, darling. So yeah, you can work on it and text us.
That's funny, we could hear it before.
I know, we heard it perfectly. So Chadwick.
Yes.
Your go.
I go. Well, according to Goodreads, L.T. Getty is a science fiction and fantasy writer. I was just going to see if I could find Leah's official bio, but
Well, introduce yourself instead.
well, I thought we covered that. But
not for the tape.
okay, well, I'm a fantasy author of novels and short stories, primarily urban fantasy and sword and sorcery. As Leah said, author of the Thunder Road trilogy and Graveyard Mind. I am not an editor, but I have worked with over 4 novels and roughly 20 short stories. I've worked with at least 16 different editors, and I've worked with nonfiction editors as well as during my time as a book reviewer, which was a slightly different experience. But that was one where I didn't see the edits. I submitted my copy, and it got edited. Occasionally, I would be asked to elaborate on something, or where they wanted me to give more text or what have you. But structurally and copy edits, I never saw one in any of my
wow
book reviewing. So I just hopefully they kept what my intention was, and I feel like they did.
Wow.
But I wasn't really precious about those words, because that was a job to me to pay my way to get to at least one convention a year. That was my goal when I took on book reviewing, was to pay at the very least my airfare to get to one out of town convention a year.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Well, I'm thinking that there's probably a couple of different things we could talk about. We can talk about the different types of editing, for instance, for a novel. We can talk about the editor-author relationship. We can talk about the role of editing in self-publishing. Those are 3 things that pop to my mind.
Okay, you start.
Well,
thinking about that.
Why don't we start off with novels? There are different types of editing that people can request. For instance, if you've just written a manuscript and you want to have it edited, and you've done the best you can, you've had a few look at it, you've got some feedback, you think it's pretty good. There's first, like, I guess from the most invasive to the least, some manuscripts actually wound up, you may even be looking for a ghost writer. You've got an idea and you really want somebody else to write it for you. That would be one. Then there's developmental editing. So developmental editing is you want to write it yourself, but you really need some help at the very ground level, creative process. How do I even start putting this together? You got a structural or substantive edit. So you finish the manuscript and you really want an editor that can go in and dig out what is the structure of your book? Do you hit all the high points? Do you have good pacing? Do your character arcs, do they show the growth, right? So really digging it apart. Then there's copy or line editing, which is when the editor leaves your manuscript basically intact without a lot of comments on the big things, but they get into your wording and your flow and your consistency and your voice, things like that. And finally, you get proofreading, which is looking at the grammar and spelling and very nitty gritty, making it just that final layer of polish. That's what I would say. But maybe you guys disagree with the categories.
I think that's pretty good. I tend to lump developmental and structural editing in together, but I could see depending on how you would approach it, where you could separate them. Like if you're looking at it as a developmental editor, as somebody who comes in before you start working on the project, and the structural is the one who kind of like make sure that your building is up to code. After you're done. So yeah, I wouldn't disagree with those categories.
And substantive is sometimes probably the most important thing before you come up with your final draft. You have to make sure all the pieces fit and nothing's missing and all of that. Yeah, so for novels, definitely.
And then when it comes to short fiction, generally speaking, it's been my experience that you better have a darn good story if you're going to sell it. Like there's very little that that an editor is going to really spend time working with you to, if you're not hitting all the high points of the book, or your ending is a kind of a flop or something, they're not going to work with you on that. They're just going to reject the story. About all you're ever going to get in a short story is maybe a bit of copy or line editing and some proofreading.
Yeah, I mean, there's always exceptions to every rule. I feel like with my first story publication in OnSpec that Barb probably did more than most editors would do, but at the same time she saw a story in there that she believed in. So I think that's the key thing, is if they see a story in there that they believe in, they'll maybe work a little bit harder. But also OnSpec has, I don't know that mandate is the correct word, but they do go out of their way to publish first-time authors. If you have a market that is looking to be someone's first sale, or specifically is searching out marginalized writers, the editors there are probably going to be more likely to work with someone than the biggest names or the hottest markets, right? Because if you're submitting to Tor.com, you better be
top of your game.
Top of your game. So I feel like that's the case, and I know that I have occasionally sold stories where I got my edits back, and I'm like, why did you buy this with this amount of markup?
Because the story was the important thing.
Yeah,
it's all about the story and the characters.
Yeah, you never know what's under the hood, but I think that typically you're right. You're looking at more of a copy edit, line edit response to a short story than.
Yeah, if I get to a story like with First Light, Chadwick's story, get to the end of the story and I have a feeling that I'm engaged the whole time. I care about this character. The ending works for me, is satisfying in some fashion. Because either I'm reading slowly word for word, or I'm reading really fast and I miss every mistake because I'm looking for the meaning and I just kind of carry on really fast. If I can do that with your story, that goes in my yes pile, you know. And then all the rest of us have a look at it. And if they all have that same response, then it comes back to me, the Chadwicks, and I go, oh, well, I was probably, why did we buy this? Because there's a lot of red marks in here. But yet, it's story. It's all about the story, and the character is so engrossing. So,
Hey, Barb, you just mentioned something that I found very interesting, and that is that On Spec has multiple editors, but I think that after you've decided to buy a story, each story is assigned one editor to work with you. Can you talk a little bit about your process? I bet there's a lot of people who have no idea how a magazine comes together.
yeah, some magazines are really simple. You have one editor and maybe a few slush readers. And if it gets past the slush, the editor reads it and makes the decision. That's it. So you have to appeal to that one editor. If they only like fantasy, don't send them science fiction. Right. On Spec is different in that we have a group of readers, and we have sort of trained them so that they're like interns, where they have a certain ability to, we give them the okay to reject stories that are really not up to par in terms of everything. And you can tell that almost immediately. For stories, I'll say how we do it now, because we used to do it a little bit differently. The stories come in. We're each given a batch of stories to read by our managing editor, Diane. And we read them, and either we reject them right then, or we mark them for rejection, because our new program won't let us actually reject it like Submittables did. So we mark it for rejection, and anything that we want to say about it, our comments go right with the title, and it goes to Diane, and then she'll send out all the emails. For things that we want to buy, but I'm not really sure, I'll say, I kind of like this, but I'm on the fence about this. So then it will be sent to another one or two, or sometimes three editors to read, and we'll get a consensus on whether or not we want to buy it. Sometimes I come up with a story that I absolutely want to buy, and Diane will have a read, or one of the other editors will read, and we'll go, yeah, we're going to buy it. And sometimes I'll say, this story is really well written. I hate it beyond all passions. I'm not making any decisions. It'll go to somebody else, and then we might buy it, we might not. And what happened to me last year or 2 years ago was I hated the story. It was beautifully well written, and it was horror. So, and it was not my story, and I ended up having to edit it and read it like 4 or 5 times. It was horrible. But that's basically how we work. We each get a batch of stories, and it's random. You know, the first 10, it could be, you know, you're taking the alphabet A, B, C, you know, this week, and X, Y, Z the next week. And so that's probably the toughest. And David Lightfoot made a comment in the chat because he has some disabilities. And so he is always concerned about cost, and working with an editor of cost isn't an issue. If you submit to OnSpec, we'll at least give you, you know, a couple of lines of feedback. And if we want to buy it, then we will work really well. So if it's a book, then you may have to find a writers group, and there's lots of them, and get somebody to at least give your novel a read through. And a lot of people.
Yeah, if I could mention something here, if you want to get a proper professional edit by a proper professional editor, yeah, it's going to cost you money. And depending on where you plan to put this book, I mean, it could be a great education if you learn from it. That's good money spent. If you're planning on getting it published by traditional press, roll the dice. You got like a 1% chance of actually getting it into traditional press. Maybe you'll earn the money back from a professional edit. Maybe you won't. If you're going to self-publish, again, same thing kind of applies. You know, millions of books get put up probably every day, is my guess, onto Amazon. How many of those earn more than $100? Probably very few. So if you're going to earn back the money you spent on that professional edit, yeah, cost is definitely something you want to be considering. So I really agree with what Barb said, that there are so many other things that you can do that are free or very, very inexpensive. So whether that be joining a writer's group or coming to a convention like this online, which happens to be free, or taking a course, there are other things that you can do that will cost you less money. Sometimes if you join a writer's group, you got to recognize that you may get some excellent help because there are people of all different skill levels in a writer's group, but you may also get sort of taken off in the wrong direction. But if you invest in your own education, whether that's through taking courses or being part of a good writers group or whatever that happens to be, then you get better at being able to self-edit. And self-editing is definitely a step that you want to take before you go any further, right?
Yeah, that just a couple of points I want to jump off on there, Susan, because I believe I've seen David at Winnipeg Convention. So correct me if I'm wrong. I think you're from Manitoba. So there are a lot of Arts Council grants available for writers in Manitoba. Not every province has them. Every province's requirements are different. But there is an emerging writer grant in Manitoba where you don't need to have a significant publication history to apply. And I do have friends, I've received them in the past, and I also have friends who received, their grant was to pay for a developmental edit. So the granting amount, I think at that time, was up to $2,000. And so that's what they submitted. They're like, here's my project. I have it. I am going to use the funding to pay for a developmental edit so that I can submit my book to publishers. That was sort of their whole, in a nutshell, their whole grant proposal. So that there is that as an option, depending on whether you meet the requirements or not. But there's a number of grants that aren't specifically arts grants that you might be able to apply for that could help you with that. And as for, I started with a writing group. That was kind of my first editorial experience. And as you say, you can get kind of pulled in the wrong direction, or you can get pulled in every direction, right? So who do you listen to is sort of an interesting challenge of the writing group. But if you're with people you trust and you get to know, as a writer, you always need to learn what your own tics are and your own tells, what you do, like whether it's I overly tag my dialogue, or I spend way too long describing every single place, right? So like if those are your issues and somebody says, yeah, that didn't flow for me, like the dialogue didn't flow for me, or it was too descriptive, then maybe you listen to them. But if you know that somebody hates a specific thing and they're constantly pointing it out, but you like it, maybe it's just not for them. And the average reader, it won't bother them, right? Like that's something you really, you need to know, you need to be fluid and know when to change and when to stick to your guns, and just be like, no, this is a thing that that you as a reader don't like. You've never liked this. We've had this discussion about every not just my book, but every book that you've looked at. I'm going to ignore that advice and I'm going to go my own way. So it's sort of like knowing when to pick those battles. I find it easier to listen to an editor than to a critique group in some ways, because of that, especially if I know my audience. I'm like, this is just his thing. Whereas if if Susan looked at a manuscript and pointed out that my dialogue wasn't working in that story, I would probably listen to her faster than I would listen to somebody in my writing group who always pointed out dialogue issues.
Yeah, and the other thing too is how much editing goes into a story, and it really depends a lot. I remember one time I was in Toronto and I was at a party and I happened to meet one of the authors that had a story in one of the anthologies, and we were having a conversation, and she kind of, I think, worked up a little bit of courage to ask me. She said, do you redline other stories as much as you redlined mine? And yeah, like in that particular anthology, I remember that we had everything from, I think there was a story in there that did not get a single mark. We just bought it and printed it exactly the way it came to us. We had another story that I did a lot of redlining on, a lot of work with the author, and I was feeling bad about this. I thought, like, am I digging my fingers too deeply into your story? Like, how do you feel about this? I really think it'll make your story better, but it's your story, so how do you feel about that? And she was really great to work with. But I did at one point, because I was feeling kind of bad about it, saying, if you think this is too much, if you don't like, this process and how the changes that we're requesting, feel free. You can withdraw your story and go put it somewhere else if you choose. And she said, no, I want to keep working with you. And we massaged that. And you know what? That story wound up getting some really great mentions in some of the reviews. People really picked up on it because it had this great idea behind it, right?
Excellent.
But there does become that point where either the editor, particularly if they're buying your story, if it's a traditional press, they can say, you know what, maybe we're not going to buy this story after all. Or the reverse, where the author can say, and we had this happen. We had one author say, you know what, not really happy with how this is going, and I'm going to withdraw my story. And we were fine with that. So sometimes it works, and sometimes it really improves the story. And sometimes it also means maybe that story and that publication are not going to work with each other.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that dialogue is the important part. Like knowing that you're not a good fit is absolutely way better. It's way better to part ways at that point than to have a story come out that you are like feel you publicly have to disavow. Right? Like, I've never gotten to that point. Even with stories, even with stories that have been edited more than I expected them to be after I was told that the editors wanted to buy it. I have never had the feeling that my editor was leading me in the wrong direction. And maybe I'd just been fortunate, but it's but I think I just had a good dialogue with all of my editors, even the ones that I didn't know well when they bought the story.
I have to say, this book needed a sensitivity editor. It's a
sensitivity.
Because there's a character in here that I think is extremely stereotypical, and personally, as an elderly almost, I don't like to think of myself as elderly, but I am, middle class white lady. Even I found it kind of offensive. So I think that if I was a person of color, of a different religion, I think I would find it extremely offensive. And that's the only thing that I hate about this book, is that one character. And he shows up at the beginning, shows up at the end, but he's not in the middle. So you can kind of ignore that part.
But you know what? You bring up another whole category, which is the sensitivity reader, which is not technically, I suppose, an editor, more like a beta reader. Although, you know, really, for in case people are unaware, the culture around this is that if you are asking somebody to be a sensitivity reader, and just for a quick definition, is a person of a particular group that you might be writing about, and you're not part of that group, there may be certain assumptions that people who are not part of a particular group might make, as Barb was talking about, like, for instance, stereotyping, that might be offensive to that group. And if you have a sensitive person, a person who's in that group, read it for you, they can point out things that you're completely blind to. And let's face it, you want to have those blind spots pointed out to you so you can address them before it goes to publication. In fact, I remember about a year ago, there was a really highly touted young adult novel coming out from a big publisher in the States that got flagged for the way it was treating certain people. And they actually pulled the book before it was even published. Just imagine being that author. It was a debut novel too. So you want to get those things taken care of ahead of time, and you should pay them for their time.
So, David, are you all right? David? David Lightfoot. This thing off too. You're still not talking.
I still can't hear you, Leah.
I know she's saying something important, and she looks very frustrated. But you are very frustrated with this whole system. I could hear you when we were on Discord. I could hear you on Discord. Oh, that's why. David, are you okay?
Yep. Just
Okay,
had to, just had to quit my goal and thinking had to use the bathroom. That's all.
Okay, you can mute your you can mute yourself there.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so I had a recent experience with a sensitivity reader because I wrote a short story that takes place in northern India and kind of deals with the mythology of Shangri-La. And yeah, that is actually a real, I didn't realize it at the time that I wrote it, but kind of a huge minefield. In fact, one of my beta readers is a university professor of English, and he quoted me this article that somebody had written a few years ago that said, in actual fact, you cannot write anything about Shangri-La these days. It is just, you just don't go there. And I'm thinking, oh my goodness, like this story is done and I'm really happy with it and da-da-da-da-da-da. So, I mean, I got some choices. I can do excellent research, I can get a sensitivity reader, and I can take the flack. So yeah, I did a ton of research. I did get 2 sensitivity readers from India and got some feedback that was extremely helpful and made use of it. Story's coming out in September. I guess what'll happen is we'll see if I have to then take flack. We'll see.
Yeah, and I think the importance of it, like you can't use a sensitivity reader as a shield and say like, oh well, I hired sensitivity readers, and then kind of direct the blame to them, right? You know, like if you, and I'm sure that you listen to yours, but I see it on book Twitter all the time. People who have hired sensitivity readers, right, and then not listen to them and just say, oh well, you know, my readers didn't have a problem with it, or what have you, right? Like if you're going to go through that effort, and you're going to, you know, you're going to be paying your readers to go through that effort and to educate you. You know, you need to be open to listening, or at the very least, you know, in some cases be like, maybe this isn't a story I should tell. Like I've definitely, there are some stories that I had ideas for and characters I had ideas for that I've now, as I've changed as a writer and what I want to do has changed. It's not important for me to tell those stories anymore. It's not, I don't feel like they're mine to tell, or, you know, that kind of idea. Like there's just some stories that nobody needs me to write.
Well, and the other thing too, in terms of being a sensitivity reader, and this is what I said to the ones that I sent it to. I said, you know what, India is a huge place. You may live in India. That doesn't mean you know about this particular province in northern India, right? And so forth. And so here's a little example. I was down in the States one time talking to a bunch of writers. There were 12 of us around the table. We were talking about movies, and all of a sudden somebody turned to me and they said, Susan, what movies do Canadians like? And I thought, I get to stand for all of Canada? I mean, a single person is not going to represent any.
We like Men with Brooms and Will Be Wonderful. And we watch Due South also.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You can't expect one or two or even a dozen readers to represent, you know, an entire culture. But it is an important part of the process now.
Oh yeah, OnSpec was originally started all those years ago because there was a pool of Alberta writers who kept getting rejected by the big magazines in the States. And the comments that came back with a lot of these things were, this is wonderfully written, but we really don't kind of get it. And part of it was the fact that the writers were all Canadian and they had a Canadian mindset that was obvious to the editors in the States, but they couldn't put their finger on why they didn't think it was going to talk to their American public. And so over wine, Diane Walton and a whole bunch of people sat around and said, well, we'll just start our own magazine. La, la, la. And Canada Council said, okay, but you have to have 80% Canadian content. And it was like, no problem. And the rest is history.
30 plus years later now, right?
Yeah.
And it's amazing magazine. It's a wonderful magazine.
Thank you. Thank you. Which is also up for an Aurora Award in a category that none of us are competing in. So
we can all cheer.
So, oh no, Susan, Laxa's got something in there too, doesn't it?
So, Barb, you do a lot of editing. Have you run into a situation where you're working with the author of a story that the magazine wants to buy, but you're kind of loggerheads? You kind of can't get what you need out of the author? What do you do there?
Personally, I have not had that done. I've killed one story because it was bought by another editor, and it was a horrible story. It was a horrible story. It was like a trunk story from 1975. So all the sensibilities were just wrong. The jokes were dated. I mean, the whole thing was horrible. So I killed it. And but one of our editors, who has moved on to other things now, had exactly that situation where the author refused to budge even on the placement of a comma, like nothing. And it didn't matter what the editor said, the author was just unwilling to change anything. This is my priceless prose. I wrote it this way. This is how I want it to be. I'm not changing it. And the editor came to us when we have regular meetings, and this is what do we do? And Diane said, and I said, and everybody else who was on the editorial panel just said, kill it. You know, he's been paid his money. Just that's our kill fee. We're done, and we walked away from the money that we paid him. And as far as I know, that's the only time since I've been there since 2008 that we've had to do that. So,
How about you, Chadwick? Have you ever worked with an editor that, oh my goodness, the ask they made just wasn't the vision of the book or the story?
Yeah, yes and no. So I feel like when in my first handful of stories, there were things that I might have pushed back on more if I had an established track record. And these weren't even big asks. It was just, but at the same time, it was maybe like a naming convention or something like that, where if I'd had a little bit more confidence and like didn't want like my first couple of stories to feel like a fluke, like coming out of that sort of like very early days, I might have not immediately said yes to every change, right? Like, and that's the thing that I think a lot of beginning writers don't necessarily know, is that you don't have to agree to every change, but you will have to justify why you disagree with the editor. And if they can look at your reasoning and go, oh, okay, well, if that's the case, then you need to set up this, because I don't know that. This is all in your head, and the reader doesn't know it either, right? Like, so there's those sort of moments where I feel like I might have pushed back a little sooner and a little harder. I've rarely bothered to step things. Occasionally dialogue, but that's usually more at a copy editor stage. And I haven't had I've had pretty good copy editors. I know every now and again, it's very amusing to read Shannon McGuire's live read of her copy edit notes from some of her books. If she gets a new copy editor or something like that. But I haven't had copy editors who have done a lot of like trying to change my dialogue, and it's like, no, this character talks the way they talk for a reason. I want their dialogue to be grammatically incorrect. I want it to read that way. So I push back on that kind of stuff. In Thunder Road, the biggest note that I got from my editor, and I still to this day, I love how he did it. There was a chapter on rune reading, and I had done my research into how a rune reading went, and I was going to show you. And he's like, yeah, I want you to cut 3,000 words from this chapter. And I'm like, that's the chapter. And I was like, oh my God, I need so much information. There's so much information. Like, and he didn't say cut the chapter. I forget how long it was. It was a longer chapter in the book, but I was like, that's almost the entire chapter. And I was like, oh my God, I can't do this. There's so much information there. And then I kind of kept reading his note, and he gave me a framing. He's like, so when you're talking about this section of the rune reading, yeah, I want the full text here. This one, this section, basically this page can be a paragraph. This paragraph can be a sentence. And looking at that, I was like, okay, like I saw how to make that big of a change. And I cut 1,500 words, not 3,000 words. But I think he gave me 3,000 words thinking that I would probably try to get away with 500 words.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh,
And so like I moved some of that information into a different part of the chapter, and like just kind of like it smoothed things out. It was a wonderful experience. My vision for Graveyard Mind was a bit more of a slow burn, get to know the protagonist before the action started. And that was how I saw it. And my editor said, I want you to start with her basically kicking open the coffin of the grave she just dug up, because my character was a necromancer. And so it started with her like getting infiltrating the graveyard, and like there's a lot of internal moments, and she's like, I want to start with the graveyard opening. And so then it was a matter of how do I keep that internal growth and that dialogue that I had that I loved. How do I massage my opening chapters now to keep that information? But I didn't disagree with her. It helped too it helped too that that my editor in that case, Samantha Biko, who's phenomenal to work with, was the same age as my protagonist.
Oh.
So that was so wonderful because I had some first readers who were women, but they were my age or older.
Yeah.
And so there was a lot of times where Sam could just be like, "You're being an old," you know. This is this is not something I think she would say. And again, it had that extra weight. She was phenomenal to work with.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah. So those are some of like the bigger changes, but again, nothing. You know, I've had people want me to clarify an ending or more like foreshadow an ending more. Too Far Gone, I was asked to cut about 20,000 words out of that text. And I agreed that when I submitted it, it was long, but they'd already bought 2 of my books and they printed Trilogy on the cover. So I'm like, well, you're going to get this one. You're going to get this one a little bit rougher than I would have submitted a book to a new publisher just to like get it to you on time.
Yeah.
And they're like, your other 2 books were 95,000 words and 100,000 words. This one is 130,000 words.
Yeah.
It needs to come down. And I got it down to 115. And I didn't lose a ton of text, but that was sort of they didn't tell me how to chop it.
Yeah.
They just said,
yeah. You just have
they
to
left
find
me
it.
to find those cuts other than what I wanted to be. I wanted to use their first editorial note as a cover blurb, but they didn't want to go that way. And that was, this book contains a staggering amount of profanity. And I really wanted that on the front cover of the book.
That's a really good one. You know, when Druids first came out, or when we first submitted it, we knew it was a little bit long. It was 165,000 words. And that's pretty long. And the publisher came back to him and said, you have to take out 35,000 words. It's like, okay. And I absolutely remember looking him face to face and saying, okay, cut the first 8 chapters. We'll just start chapter 9. And that was about, 35,000 words. And he said, no. And he hired Dave Gross as the editor. And he told Dave, take out 35,000 words. And Dave absolutely took out 35,000 words, a word here, a word there, a phrase here, a phrase there, a sentence. The biggest chunk that he took out, I think, was 8 lines at the end of a paragraph, which was supposed to be a bridge, but it was useless. And he just took the whole thing out.
Well, he worked hard.
35,000 words he took out. And what
you had a good editor.
Really good. And I honestly looked at every single change that he had asked for. And every single one I could see repeated again and again. This is better. This is better. This is better. And I've learned so much, so that the second book came out at 135,000 words and didn't need that. Yeah. And then we did take out another 5. But
well, it's amazing how you look at the word and sentence level and you just take out as those single words or single phrases. You've heard of the 10% solution, right? You finish something, it's polished, it's the way you think it ought to be. And then you take out 10% and all of a sudden the prose just lifts off the page and it's so much better.
Oh, and sometimes the 2 words, 1 word, when you have 2 or 3 words, then you suddenly find the one right word.
Yes.
Yeah. And that's become a part of my process. Even before I had to cut the words in Too Far Gone, I wanted to submit to an Angry Robot open call. Mm-hmm. And they had a hard limit of, I think, 120,000 words. And I was still trying to find a home for my initial first unpublished manuscript. And it was, I think, also 135. Yeah. And I looked at it as, I need to cut 15,000 words. I have this many manuscript pages. That worked out to like 25 words a page. And I
Yep.
looked at it at that level.
And it's
And I
really
went trying to find those. And when I was only looking for 25 words a page instead of 15,000 words a page, boy, I found them.
Oh yeah.
And I found those lines that I didn't need or concepts that got repeated. It's phenomenal. I keep a list now of just like garbage filler words, and I go through it systematically just with Control F looking for them. And I found it's the only part of my process I've kind of been able to automate. And by jumping around the manuscript and looking for unnecessary justs and like passive phrasing, looking at the manuscript out of order. Looking at the manuscript out of order, I will also find things that I wouldn't have cut.
Oh yeah.
Because it's like you would say, reading a whole chapter at a time, doing your edits, or multiple chapters trying to get it done. Eventually, your eyes get tired and you glaze over. But just looking at a page in isolation, I would find a lot of those things that I could, all of these things are highlighted, but I also see this now and see this now, and I probably would have read over it if it was my third chapter I edited that night.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So yeah, 5 to 10% you can cut out of any manuscript without
Action
losing.
tags, yeah, action tags, speech tags, repeating the names of characters more than once a page, unless it's like really like you got 3 or 4 people talking, then maybe you have to throw them in.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I saved over 700 words just pruning back the profanity in Too Far Gone.
well, I have to tell you, talking about profanity, when I read Tombstone Blues, and I bought it because I loved working with you, and it was your first novel, and I really wanted to read it. The F word, the F bomb, it's like, really, Chadwick? You really need every one of these? And then the character just kind of stopped saying that, except when he really needed to. And I was like, thank you. So F-bombing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's funny because he's a loose amalgamation of many of the blue collar people that I have known in my life.
Yes.
And I feel like I had to sand him down in some ways, because not that I was trying to make him likable. I still don't think he's particularly likable, but it was sort of a to be believable, but also I wanted him to be a hero, right? And so there's certain things that I wanted to give. It's all verisimilitude, right? I wanted to give you the illusion of an Alberta oil worker, but not necessarily a real Alberta oil worker. Just because I didn't want him to be based on any one person that I knew. It was, some of their stories inspired him, but it was sort of finding who he was as a character was more important than necessarily what people think about. And the profanity was always my in with him if I hadn't written him in a while, which was one of the reasons why Too Far Gone had so much more even than the other books in initial draft, because I wrote it in a different way. I wrote it 100 to 500 words at a time on the bus. And so every time I was getting into the character, you could see the moments where I'd written for a long time, because that chapter would start with tons of profanity. Almost every sentence would have an F-bomb. And then the longer I wrote in a row, it would trail off. So I just had to find that internal consistency that was him, and then because I like to swear also, so it's kind of fun for me. But then writing Winter in Graveyard Mind, she couldn't be him. So she had to have a different cadence, right? That was kind of a challenge to write my next first novel protagonist.
Okay, Susan, I would love to hear what you have to say, but there's also Sean says, do you have any editing audio versions of your work, such as audiobooks or podcast adaptations? So, but first, Susan, please tell us about your highs and your lows in your editing and author history working with editors?
Well, I was just thinking that we're kind of getting into the idea of self-editing, which is super important because people do need to do that before their work is going to be ready to send to anyone. But also getting back to the topic of the panel, which is working with an editor, right? And that author-editor relationship. And I know that I've been editing for a long time, and I kind of gradually worked into it because I started off like with 20 years experience critiquing in my writers groups before I started off, working I've worked for Edge Science Fiction Fantasy Publishing for a while, then went freelance, and then started with Laxa Media, and I still do the freelance as well. But when I first started working with Laxa Media, I have to say, a little bit, I guess, scared or worried a bit because Lucas Law is the publisher. He had a vision for his books in that series, which was they did not have open submissions, so it was not really the acquisitions part of it was very minor. He would put out, I don't know, maybe 30 calls for 20 stories that we would publish. So very little of it actually had to do with whether or not we were going to take the book. We went to people, and he had a vision for people all around the world. He's got authors from different countries, different ages, beginning authors, experienced authors, people of different ethnic and racial groups, different sexual orientation. Like, it's a really, the authors that he approached are a very broad group, which also led to a really wide array of sensibilities in the writing, which was an interesting growth process for me as an editor, because I'm so firmly rooted in science fiction fantasy and in commercial. And yet some of the stories that we were working with were much more literary or even experimental in nature. And so I really had to get my head around that. But Lucas also co-edited with me. And so we would have these conversations that went back and forth. But one of the things that worried me at first, when I first took on the job, was the fact that I'd be working with some really big name authors. And I remember I was at the World Fantasy Convention, and I had a dinner actually with a bunch of editors, kind of at, my peers at my level. And I brought this up and I said, this is one of the things that kind of worries me. Can I be editing, I don't know, Kelly Armstrong or somebody like that? And the feedback I got from the other editors was, you know what? The more professional the writer is, the easier they are to work with. Yep. And oh my God, that's so true. And I would go to, it didn't matter how big the name was, I would make the asks, and I would, have something that came back that fulfilled my ask and then made it even better in another way. Mm-hmm. So I learned and grew a lot through that process of working just with some amazing editors as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah, or amazing authors is what I meant to say. Yes. Yeah. Oh, but the question was about audiobooks.
Yeah, Chadwick has written, the question was, do you have any experiences editing for audio versions of your works? And then I don't. I mentioned Anne Marston has a voice actor who is doing all of the audio work for her, and she relies on him that if he's saying something that's not working out quite right, he just changes it as he speaks it to make it sound more natural. And then Chadwick says, I took a few audio editing courses for music production years ago, but have never done any work beyond the course. He knows a few podcast editors local to Winnipeg. Sean, if you need a recommendation. So for those of you,
I did have my first book, Births of Fire, came out in audio, and I only know it from the author's point of view,
right?
Which was that we sent the manuscript and it was read virtually as it was written. We didn't make any changes in the manuscript for the audio version. Now, from my end, I had to listen to tapes and give feedback back to the narrator around things like pronunciations or emotional interpretation. Is that what you're talking about? Or are you talking about the actual editing of a tape, as in audio editing?
I feel like he was talking about editing for audio versions of your work.
Editing the text or editing the tape?
I think
Okay, so in actual fact, although that didn't happen for my book, I do know that definitely it's a different experience to listen than it is to read. And things like paragraphing, you get a visual and you can tell who's speaking because it's a new paragraph, right? That's much more difficult when you're listening. And like Rob Sawyer would say, if you're giving a public reading, feel free to edit the text to make it more suitable for a listening audience by adding in a he said that may be necessary for clarity, even though you don't actually need it in the visual version. So that might be what.
Yeah, I was going to say something similar, Susan. I don't have experience with changing audiobook versions of myself, but I don't think I have ever done a live reading where I read the text as is.
Oh God,
no. Because some of it, like, it just doesn't work to be, or it, like, they don't need that in the moment for what you're trying to convey of your book. Like, for a live reading, you're trying to give them, you're not trying to lie to the audience, but you're trying to convey to them how your book feels and what it would be like to read it. And so I think you want to give that best version of that, but it's a different skill set reading it a lot. Like, doing an oral storytelling is different than just experiencing it as text. So yeah, I absolutely edit my work. I keep a reading copy of all of my books that I've already marked up, so that I don't have to go through it again. And I have a clean version and a full-on dirty version, I suppose you would say, of Thunder Road, depending on my audience. And maybe that's me making a snap judgment. And I know Billy Milholland from Edmonton gave me the gears on this one time when I said that I looked out into one of my audiences, and there was a lot of older women there, and so I didn't think they wanted to hear the F-bomb as many times as I was about to throw it at them. And she's like, well, I wouldn't have minded. And but I was making a snap decision, and I was glad that I had rehearsed it both ways.
Yeah.
So that I wasn't fumbling when I read it aloud.
Well, the worst thing though is reading your story aloud and seeing all the mistakes. Like, but it's too late to fix.
Yeah, too late to change that now.
Somebody mentioned something earlier about the role of a slush reader. I don't think we ever defined that, but it's, I think, Barb, you said that they were like interns. So in other words, unpaid professionals, essentially, who, and one of the things I wanted to throw in about slush reading is, if you ever get a chance to be a slush reader, it's a great education, because it's just, I think, partly a mindset shift, where now you're reading these stories coming in. Like, if you're in a critique group, you're trying to be helpful, and you give critique based on, can I help you make this better? But as a slush reader, I think there's a little bit more pressure on you to be a judge or decision maker, to say, this one's going to make the cut, this one's not going to make the cut, this is a maybe that I need another opinion on. And I think that being a slush reader, with that experience, you can go back to your own work and say, oh my goodness, I can see flaws in it that I never saw before.
Just make sure you pepper your slush reading with reading something really good.
Yeah.
Because otherwise it's so depressing. If OnSpec has, since we went electronic submissions, we've had anywhere from 400 to 600 submissions each open window. And because we're all volunteers now, it takes us longer to do the slush reading than the authors would like. Obviously, we're glacially slow sometimes. And but when I have 10 stories and I try to spend 10 minutes on each story, so that's a kind of a chunk of change in my day, and that's like every day. This is not just, you know, for this contest or whatever. This is every day for like 3 or 4 months. And if these stories are just not up to snuff and don't engage me, it's like, I want to just take knives to my eyes because I'm so tired of the same mistakes again and again and again and again. So then you have to go and read American Gods or something, you know? Find something that's well written.
One of the worst experiences I ever had as a writer was when I was writing a review of a Guy Gabriel Kay novel while I was trying to edit one of my own books.
Oh.
And I'm never going to do that again. But I just thought, I know I'm largely coming at this from the writer side, right? We experience rejection on at the hands of editors almost constantly. Like, if you're not gathering rejections, you're probably not writing. But I want to share one little mistake, and it wasn't a big one, but it could have gone a lot worse if I was a different person, that I made in the early days of my writing. And this was at my very first convention. It was at World Fantasy Calgary. And I was so excited to meet Diane Walton from OnSpec, because I've been trying to get into OnSpec. And the first words out of my mouth as I was trying to talk to her was, "You rejected my first story." And I could just see her, tense up and like, how is this going to go? But what I was meaning to say was, I really appreciated the feedback that I got from OnSpec. Because at that time I had only gotten form rejection letters. And so that was my first sort of personalized feedback of a story that told me someone had actually read it and read the whole thing. And that meant a lot to me. But how I tried to convey that to Diane wasn't the best. So, editors are people too, and often deal with a lot of abuse from writers who don't like that they didn't make a sale that day. So
Cool.
That's an important part of working with your editor.
Sum up questions. Are editors good, bad, or are they queens?
That's awesome. Oh.
I am the princess of editors. I'm not the queen because I'm not that good. Oh, any questions?
We're wrapping up, hey?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So I'm done. Bye, everybody. Thanks for
all good. Yeah.
Okay. Goodbye, everyone.
Yeah. Everyone.
Thank you, everybody, for this panel. It has been fantastic. And I'm really looking forward to all of you that can be at the Keycon Live next year being there.
Yes, and Leah, I'm so sorry that we had these audio mic issues. So as soon as you hang up, it'll all be fixed.
We should have screen shared the document Leah sent us. She put a bunch of work into
a lot of work, yeah.
Into
Thank you.
preparing to moderate, and I really appreciate that. And I don't like being a moderator, so the fact that you stepped up and wanted to do it
Thank you, Susan.
was awesome.
We have 5 minutes if you want to screen share it, Chad.
Oh, who has Leah has it. You can screen share it. I think Leah has it, right? I think she's doing that right now. Oh.
This is being recorded, so we'll get it on the screen share.
Okay. I can actually share the screen of Chadwick's story that
Yeah, that was
has
cool.
gone through a couple of editings. Here we go. This is a story, First Light, that came out in 2011 in OnSpec. This is the first time he's come back to my comments. And all the red comments are mine. As you can see, most of them are deletions. The blue is Chadwick's coming back and making changes.
Did you screen share,
Okay,
Bart?
it's
Because
not
I
sharing.
can't see it.
Oh, wait a minute. Well, let me look again. Share screen. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. How's that?
There. Yeah, better. Wait.
Okay, so you can see the red. There's a lot of sliced out, a few added words, and mine is red and Chadwick's is blue. And so as I kind of grow through, and as we get farther in, there's fewer and fewer deletions. So it's that first couple of paragraphs that were probably overworked a little bit, that they just needed to be streamed down a little bit. And so that's pretty much it. And then he comes and he adds in a whole bunch of stuff that once he started looking at it, he realized that this needed to be added. And so to me, this is a truly collaborative work between an editor and a writer. And any one of these things he could have objected to. So, and I know it says Robin Carson in the side view, but it wasn't Robin. I don't know why it said Robin, but he probably formatted it and sent it back to me. But anyway, so that was the whole story. And this is what I really like when an author comes back and elaborates on a little bit of the scene just to make it a little sweeter. So thank you, Chadwick, for
Thank you, Bart.
for this. This is great. I took your name off of it at the top because I didn't want you to. I don't want to see it, but then now you're here, so we're talking about it. So. And this was your first fiction publication, so
It was.
So he now has 4 books out and a whole bunch of short stories, and so good. Now you are the master.
All right. Thank you, everybody. We're going to end now so I can set up my next one. The next Zoom presentation is the Winnipeg Worldcon bid. That may be of interest to several of you. So if you do not have the Zoom link, let me know and I'll happily send it to you.
Thanks very much.
Okay, I will see Susan and Leah at local time 3:30. Our time, Susan, 2:30.
Yep.
For zingers.
Okay, we'll see you there.
You better be.
Yeah, fix your audio.
Okay, bye everybody.
Bye.
press record. Please introduce yourselves and go forward.
Okay, my name's Linda Ross Mansfield.
This
And
meeting is being recorded.
with me is Jenny Shea, who is also on the bid committee for the World Winnipeg in 2023 bid. And just as a bit of a background, this is about bidding for a World Science Fiction Convention, which is a traveling convention. It goes to various and sundry people. And has gone to places like Ireland and the UK a number of times, and it's been in Holland and the in Germany, so as well as places in the US and other places in Canada. And it's a 5-day event, and the two main events in it is the Hugo Awards are presented at the Worldcon each year, and there's a large masquerade, which are the two really big events that have a lot of people, quite frequently hundreds of people at. And we are bidding because it's a bidding process, and people will look at each of the bids. In our particular case, we are bidding against Memphis, Tennessee, and Chengdu, China. And we will be having the vote at this year's World Science Fiction Convention. Normally, it would be held somewhere in July or August, but in our particular case, DC had issues with their facilities. So they are actually being held in December of this year in person. And we will be going there for the final vote. People can, in order to be able to vote, you have to have at least a supporting membership in DC. And there is a voting fee, which will give you a supporting in whoever wins. It doesn't matter whether you voted for them or not, you end up with a supporting for them so that you can be part of the process again next time. If you need to ask a question of us, please do leave your hand, and I think I'm supposed to unmute you from here. And let's see, other things to tell you about. We think Winnipeg is about due to have another Worldcon. And so we made our decision as our committee is made up of a number of different people, but the organization that is backing us is something called CANSMOF. This is a Canadian organization that helps to support and run events in Canada in various places. For example, it is hosting the World Science Fiction, World Fantasy Science Convention in 2021 in late in this year in Montreal. And it's also had the World Science Fiction Convention in Montreal previously. And let me think now. Yes, Jenny, I think, is here. I'm not sure if I can see everybody or not.
Oh yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Do people have any particular questions, or do you want us to just keep chatting about the bid?
I'm also keeping an eye on the chat, so if you want to enter your question in there, I will read them aloud.
Okay. Thanks, Jenny. And we are hoping that people will be interested in voting for Winnipeg. It is not a cheap thing, I must admit. Supporting at this present time for DC is $50, and the voting fee this particular year for us is also $50. So your expenditure, if you don't have a supporting already, would be $100 to vote. And that will get you a supporting in whoever wins.
I will also note that this is going to be in the currency of the country that it's been held in, so that'll be in US dollars. We have a question from Sean that says, I heard there were some concerns about the timing of the Winnipeg bid. Have those been resolved? Yes, they have. Actually, what the major concerns were, because Washington, DISCON 3, which is the convention that's supposed to be held in Washington, D.C. this year, was originally slated to be in August. And so there is, for those of you who are new to Worldcon, the Worldcon is governed by a set of bylaws. It's an unincorporated literary society, so there's really not a major enforcement power, but except for the approbation of its membership, which is everyone who is a member of the World Science Fiction Convention for that year. But it does say within the bylaws of the Constitution that in order to be on the printed ballot for site selection, you must file your paperwork 180 days. And there was some lack of clarity on that issue, because originally the Worldcon was scheduled to be in August. And so they had set the deadline to be in February, but then they moved the date to December, which there was a bit of contention of whether or not that reset the date or not. And fortunately, the Constitution is very clear on this. It does say 180 days before the administering convention, which would be DISCON 3.
Yes.
So we made that. No, question from Debbie Stern. Do you have to be there to vote? No, you do not. Typically, what happens is that there is a process for mailing in your vote after you've paid all of your fees, or having your ballot hand carried to the convention as long as it remains sealed and properly addressed in an envelope.
And they've just made an announcement or an agreement that there will be what they call an electronic payment acceptable. So you'll be able to do this electronically if you don't want someone to carry it in for you, or you don't want to mail it.
Well, sort of. I'll correct that a little bit, Linda. There is an electronic means for voting, but what Linda is talking more about is the payment process. Is that what happened? Because votes are supposed to be completely anonymous. So when you pay your fee, what they register is that you paid a fee, but then your ballot is separated from your payment. So when you submit your ballot, nobody knows who voted for whom.
Yes.
And so that process is the part that is either mailed in, or they're making arrangements for having the ballots manually scanned in and submitted through email. But they haven't quite sorted out all those technical details yet, but they have said that that will be allowed.
Yes. And the people who will administer it will be actually physically printing out anything that someone sends by an email, so that there will be a physical piece of paper to be counted at the DC Worldcon.
Right. Not to get into the weeds too much, but what does happen is that on the night of the site selection count, representatives from all of the bids and the administering conventions are essentially, I wouldn't say it's a locked room, but they're enclosed into a room where they all agree what the count is. So there are multiple eyes on the ballots.
And then eventually there's an announcement made, either usually the official announcement is made at the Sunday business meeting at the Worldcon. And sometimes it leaks out a little bit ahead of time because people get too excited. But we're not officially supposed to say until such time as the announcement's been made. And so we're hoping that we will win. Fingers crossed.
Yep. Okay. So, right. So also Phoenix mentions that for people who are on Discord, that they can ask questions in the Programming One channel. And Phoenix has offered to convey those questions to us. Thank you, Phoenix. And we have another question for from Debbie also saying, did you say that the voting will be in December? The voting period will be longer than just December. They have yet to announce when the voting period starts, but usually the voting period is for several months. But the counting will definitely be in December.
So you can send it once they make the announcement and officially provide the ballot to the world at large. You can immediately vote, or you can wait and think about it and look at everybody's websites and ask questions and then make your decision. And the last people who are actually at the Worldcon at the time will bring in, like, for example, I can bring in with me someone's ballot that they've printed off and sealed to the Worldcon and present it to the committee, the site selection committee, prior to the close of voting on Saturday. And that ballot will still be counted. So it's a fairly longer process than just, the elections we have here for municipal or provincial or federal, for example. For those people who are interested in information about where we'll be holding it, we'll be holding it in the Winnipeg the Winnipeg Convention Center, also known as the RBC Center, as well as the Delta Hotel for programming space. If we find that that is insufficient space, which I really don't see it getting beyond that, we may be using one or two other hotels around the city downtown.
The only way I could imagine that it would be insufficient is if certain COVID rules for safety are implemented.
Yeah.
So we have a question from Dash Rishley. This is a big deal. How did the decision process proceed?
The decision to bid, or the decision about who gets the Worldcon?
We'll wait for a clarification on that from Dash. Black Sideshow also asks, will the Keycon website have the dates and related information to register to become a member to vote for the bid?
Yes, we will share the information as broadly as we possibly can.
Dash is just clarifying for us his question. There is a question in the Zoom chat from Betty asking, do you have a theme or concept for the event? Or does that part happen after you get approved?
There usually is a theme, but it isn't announced until you actually win most of the time.
Right, the same reason that we don't announce the guests of honor, because we don't want them to think that we either won or lost on them. That would not be fair for any guests that we would invite.
Okay, we have a clarification from Dash. Decision for Winnipeg to bid. Do we have the resources?
Yes, Winnipeg has done this before, 94.
Which is really cool to find out, by the way. Just sign up. All right, so from Debbie Stern, how many people are you expecting?
We're basing it on the numbers that we've had at Canadian Worldcons. Worldcon has been in Canada, Toronto 3 times, once in Winnipeg and once in Montreal. So our conservative guesstimate is 4,000.
Okay. Sean from Keycon asks, does this impact Keycon running in 2023?
No, it will not. Well, okay. Our discussions with the Keycon chairs were very clear that they do not want it to impact Keycons, but they do want to help. So Keycon will still run. It is up to the chairs of that year to discuss how they want to run it. There's been a possibility floated that it might be just a little bit more of a relaxicon type convention for that year, but Keycon will still run in 23.
So going back to Dash, how did the decision proceed? So I think Dash just wants the whole background on why we decided to, like, Winnipeg was hosting and why they decided to run and how you guys proceeded about it, from what I'm understanding.
Tourism made us a very good offer. Tourism made us an offer we could not turn down.
Well, when Tourism Winnipeg goes, here, this is what
Yes,
we do.
tourism made us a very good offer. We could not turn it down. And we have a lot of enthusiasm from the Winnipeggers that we've met and talked to, and not to mention our, Linda is a great asset to the team because she knows everything. And so is John, when it comes to telling us all of the information. Well, I wouldn't say all of the information, but a good 85 to 95% of the information that we need to decide whether or not we can do it again in Winnipeg.
We should talk a little bit about the exclusion zone. The ruling for the World Science Fiction Convention is that there is a distance that you cannot be closer to the convention that is actually administering the ballot of 500 miles or 800 kilometers. So when we were looking at where we could host one in Canada, we had to exclude Montreal and we had to exclude Toronto because both of them are within the 800 kilometer range of Washington, D.C. And we knew that Seattle is bidding for 2025, and which means that we would, if we won, we would be administering the vote for 2025, which would put Vancouver out of the running and Calgary out of the running for if we wanted to get anybody from that area to vote for us. We would not want to offend them by pushing them out of their ability to run a bid. So that left us with Edmonton and Winnipeg. And like Jani said, the Winnipeg Convention Tourism Bureau gave us a very nice offer. And we went, we can do this. We've done it before, back when there wasn't the second piece of the convention center. So we can certainly do it again.
Right, and we have a question from Covert Beach. Is the Delta the hotel connected by the bridge to the convention center that we used in '94? Yes, I believe it is.
Yes, it is.
Yes. At that time, I think it was a Holiday Inn, but now it's a Delta.
Yeah. Black Sideshow, how did Tourism Winnipeg find out the recommendation? How did Tourism Winnipeg find out to recommend this to us? Have we approached them first at some point?
Yes, we made inquiries to both Edmonton and to Winnipeg fans who had been involved with WorldCons and asked them for information. And then we also contacted the tourism boards to get information about the city because it's been a long time. So, Winnipeg's skyline has changed. We've added things. And I knew about those for us, and we didn't know for sure about Edmonton. So that gave us, they gave us a lot of information and a lot of help. And we made our decision to go with Winnipeg.
Next question is from Dash Richley. Is Chicago still 2022?
Yes, Chicago is still 2022. For those of you who are unfamiliar with WorldCon site selection, it is done 2 years in advance currently. So that is why our vote is being done in Washington, D.C. this year. If you think about a WorldCon campaign, it is similar. I guess the best analog to it that I've heard is it's a lot like the Olympics, but on a tinier scale. We do not have anywhere near the budget or the resources of the Olympics, but the idea of committees in different cities presenting their plans to people who decide is still the same. And for Worldcon, it is the World Science Fiction Society membership, and they all have are potential votes. It is also ranked preferential voting. For those who may not be familiar with that, it means that whoever you pick for your second choice matters as much as who you pick for your first choice. So it's very important that when you have the ballot and you have the list of choices in the cities, not just to mark one, but you need to rank them as first choice, second choice, third choice, etc. Because there have been groups that have won. If no site gets a overrunning majority in the first pass, then all of the least number, the site with the fewest number of votes, they are eliminated, and then their second place choices are taken into account.
So for example, in our particular case, unless somebody else comes up and registers to bid before they actually do the printed ballot, on the ballot, there will be ourselves, Memphis, China, and there'll also be the option for none of the above and write-in. So if somebody wanted to bid against the three of us, they could run what they call a write-in bid and have their name of their bid written in up until the Saturday close of voting. Those usually have trouble winning, but it's not completely unknown.
All right. Dash Richley says, how will the volunteer team be built, and who will chair / co-chair, etc.?
Okay. In our particular case, Terry Fong is our bid chair and will be our convention chair should we be fortunate enough to win. Then there is a real structural tree of the chair, co-chairs and advisors, then division heads, and each division will have one or more departments. And there'll be different people from all over the world who will volunteer and to do various things for the convention. There's everything from tech people to art show coordinators to costume event coordinators to concert runners, because there's usually a number of concerts going on during the Worldcon. There's at least 2 or 3 dances on average. And so there's all these different departments that occur, and there'll be various programming things going on. And the tracks have a tendency to run maybe 5 main tracks, plus you have a gaming track, and you have you know, things like the art show itself, which is a standing exhibit, etc. So there'll be people from all over the world volunteering, and you don't have to volunteer to run a department. You can certainly volunteer to work with someone in a department, which gives you a lot of interesting experiences and that you can bring to your own local conventions.
And you'll make friends forever.
And as John says, and you'll make friends forever.
True. Marston has the next question. There were 2 other bids for 2023. Why did you decide for 2023 and not another year that would give you more time to convince Worldcon community to vote?
Well, there were a number of reasons behind that. We felt that there was the opportunity to do it. There was the impetus within the organization to do it. And since, you know, we were looking at it and going, you know, it's been a long time since we've had a Canadian Worldcon. What should we do? Can we go in? And as I said before, there are times when you'll have people decide to bid for whatever reason that they have to bid that come into a race later. And there are people who will be in a race and drop out. The last time Winnipeg had the WorldCon, when we started, there were 5 other bidders, and it dropped out down to 2 by the time the actual vote was happening. So it's just a matter of when people fear they have the opportunity and the impetus to do it. And every group seems to have different reasons for wanting to bid for a WorldCon. And we thought it was time to do it again and decided to run with the 2023.
Right, because that's the closest we're going to get to the 30th anniversary of the original 94 Winnipeg.
Yeah.
Which is a great number in my personal opinion, just saying. Covert J Beach, there are many levels of pre-support on the website. Is there a definition of what represent others than the price? Even dyslexic have to do this.
No, that's fine. What we're following is what's considered the quote unquote Chicago model for pre-supports. Basically, what we do is we take a certain amount of money that an individual gives us and use it for funding the bid. And then we set all the rest of it aside so that if we are lucky enough to win the win site selection, it'll help fund our membership discounts for people who have pre-supported us. So we're not committing to using that money for anything else besides that. Now, of course, if we don't win, we're not refunding your money either. I will be very honest about that. But yeah, that's what the different levels are for. And of course, we're working on some nice little thank yous for whatever level that you pre-support us at, which we have not put up on there because we're still solidifying those categories.
Dash Richly asks, it seems the perfect time. The scale will be awesome. Pan Am Games-ish style, almost, or a fraction thereof.
Pan Am Game-ish style?
So we hosted the Pan Am Games a few years ago here in Winnipeg, and it really blew up our tourism for that year immensely. Like, you couldn't book a hotel if you tried. So he's just asking, what's the fraction of how big do you think this is going to grow from, basically, or shrink from Pan Am style or grow from Keycon style?
Well, when we had the Pan Am Games in Winnipeg, people were all over the city at different facilities. So you might not notice, a 4,000 person event, for example, if it was all over the city and in places in the outskirts and things like that. Whereas with the WorldCon, because it's concentrated at the convention center and the Delta, there'll be a lot of people downtown. Last time when we did the WorldCon in Winnipeg, I thought it was funny that they had not kept the file in any way, shape, or form at Winnipeg Tourism. So I had to tell them that the estimated amount of money it brought into the city was $9 million between restaurants, and because we're all foodies at WorldCon, and hotel rooms and things like that. And, people go out and they enjoy the rest of the city as well. So the museums, people went to the Winnipeg Art Gallery. I expect this time, if we win, that people will want to go off to the Human Rights Museum and to the Winnipeg Art Gallery for the new exhibit, Inuit Art, and things like that. And there might be people who want to stay long enough to go up to Churchill to see beluga whales and polar bears. It all depends on what people want to do for themselves as well as coming to the convention.
A lot of people take it for a holiday.
This is a lot of people's holidays, so they try and cram a lot of stuff into their time period.
We do have a couple of questions being composed over on Discord, just so you know.
Okay.
We're just waiting for them to come in.
For the foodies, we even laid on a bus for dim sum.
You know, last time we did it in the WorldCon in Winnipeg, we had a bus that went down into Chinatown to take people to dim sum because, like I said, a lot of us are foodies and we're all interested in the different restaurants in the city. And since we don't have a big everybody all in type banquet sort of event, people meet in groups and go off to the different restaurants in the city all the time.
Black Sideshow asks, is WorldCon only science fiction or is it also fantasy like Keycon is?
We're very big tent like Keycon.
Yeah. Think of Keycon on steroids.
That's mine. You can't take that. That was my question too when I was asked to help. It's like, is this like Keycon on steroids? Is that what we're doing? So yeah, I was really excited to find that out. All right. Josie Sousa, the new conservatory should be finished by then too. So there's another tourism site. So yeah, I think it is. I think that's what sort of what I'm saying. Dash Richley says Pan Am Games had 20,000 volunteers in 1999. How many volunteers did you have in 1994?
I think we had something like 600 volunteers, if I recall correctly. Like I said, it's been a long time. And there's also people who show up on the day and say, hi, I'd like to volunteer 3 or 4 hours. I can sit at a door or count people or move boxes or whatever. It all depends on the person. You can come and volunteer for a few hours, or you can come and spend 5 or 6 hours a day working for something. It all depends on the person.
So this is not so much of a question, but it is a statement. Caspin just mentions that he was really amazed to find out that with the price of admission, you get 5 days, all inclusive, including hanging out with celebrities, autographs, concerts, and the panels as well. Do we want to talk about the price range though?
It's not an unreasonable price range. What you have to keep in mind, in contrast to Keycon and a lot of other science fiction conventions, is they're usually Friday, Saturday, Sunday. The WorldCon is a 5-day event, and that's not counting the setting up and moving out period, which is easily extends it into a week, which if you want to come for that, yay, we'd love to have you, but you're not required to come for that. But you do want to show up for the actual 5 days of the event, because it is our goal typically to schedule things in a way that you're going to go at any given minute, you'll say, oh dear Lord, I don't know what to do. There are so many good things to choose from.
It's true.
Yeah, it is true. I mean, we do try to engage everyone as much as possible.
Josie Souza asks, will we have site security force? And if so, will they be paid or volunteers?
Usually for a WorldCon, it's a little bit of a combination. We'll have an operations department that will deal with most of the things that difficulties that fans run into, whether it's finding a pharmacy at 2 o'clock in the morning or any other thing. But there will be paid security in the convention center itself, because the convention center has paid security. There will probably be some sort of security personnel that are part of the Delta thing as well, that are paid by the hotel. And we will be liaising with them and working with them to try and keep everybody happy and safe.
Alrighty, so Dash Richley says, so we need to shoot for at least 1,000 volunteers. Who gets perks like t-shirts? Organizing that should get started now? No.
Usually we run up to the bid, concentrating on the bid itself and getting people to vote, because without votes, we can't do anything. Once a convention is won, that's when they start looking at what they can provide for people. And it all depends on what sort of arrangements their contracts are with their facilities as well. For example, when we did the WorldCon in Winnipeg last time, we actually had a number of hotel room perks that were available to some of the volunteers that were working long hours. We had, usually you get, I have worked for 8 hours or 10 hours or whatever during the entire convention, and I have my volunteer shirt that says so. I have a few of those myself from various conventions. There's usually a staff room or a special time area where we feed our volunteers, because sometimes you don't get off duty until 1 o'clock in the morning, and it's much harder to find a restaurant in 1 o'clock in the morning than it is when it's high noon. So those, we feed people and we give them beverages and things like that when they're volunteering.
Hey, just a side note, Henderson Burgers is open until 3 in the morning on most days.
Right. The other thing I would point out is, yes, we do want as many Winnipeggers to volunteer as much as possible. Do not feel, however, that Winnipeg has to bear the full brunt of the volunteering, because with a WorldCon, there are internationals who come every year, and part of their delight in the convention is volunteering. So it's not we expect Winnipeg to fully volunteer staff the entire WorldCon. It is a community effort by the international science fiction fandom community.
All right, so Black Sideshow has a bit of a statement, I think. They go, so we can definitely hook up with basically every other con/fan group, as they all fit either sci-fi or fantasy, which is huge. It can work that, if we can work that out. He goes, I can't think of a local con that doesn't fit in either sci-fi or fantasy. Even horror, if that's included, is often also fantasy. So I'm thinking of saying, are we pulling forces from other conventions too to help run WorldCon if we get the bid?
I do admit to a little confusion about this. Because it is all volunteer, and I will note here that aside from the guests of honor, from the chair down, this is a convention where everybody is, because it's a one-off on a financial basis, it's a one-off. So what typically happens is that everyone who attends the convention as a member is expected to pay their membership. Now, if we are so fortunate as in to land in the positive, what typically happens is we will refund, depending on how many volunteer hours are involved and so on and so forth, a certain percentage of the membership fees that volunteers have paid. But in terms of the upfront, everybody pays their way. And that includes Terry down there, and that will include Linda, that will include me, that will include John, et cetera, except for the guests of honor. So just to make sure that we are clear on that point. And yes, we do have a large, it's considered the gathering of the clans, if you will, the WorldCon. It's not the biggest science fiction fantasy convention out there, but it is the biggest in terms of fan run conventions. And I mean fully fan run. Typically at a WorldCon, you get between 50 to 75% of the membership, whether it's in a assigned role or just as Linda said, last minute dropping by the volunteer desk and saying, hey, I've got a couple of hours. Is there something I can do for you? We have a lot of volunteer and fan involvement. We have a lot of membership involvement. 50 to 75% of the membership volunteers in one way or another for a typical WorldCon.
That also includes before and after, because there's a lot of stuff that happens before the convention itself and things that happen afterwards as well. And usually a WorldCon can be a very big benefit to local conventions. So a lot of conventions in an area might be interested in having their usual volunteers volunteer at a WorldCon, not only to get more experience, but also because there can be benefits to their organization. For example, there's a daily newsletter that is actually physically printed on like usually 1 or 2 sheets of 8.5 by 11 paper. Well, frequently there are leftover bits of paper. So they might benefit by having a ream or 2 of paper given to them at the end of the convention, because nobody's going to take it and ship it to the next Worldcon that might be across the ocean or something.
No, but ops might just return it if it's possible to return it, but it's not always possible to return it. And we have something called a garage sale typically at the end of the convention, which is equipment that was bought specifically for the convention is auctioned off to recoup costs.
And sometimes sometimes if things are very specific, sometimes they're just given to local organizations that have been involved.
Right. And also another side to that question, because I wasn't quite sure how to take it, is that yes, Worldcons are absolutely prime opportunities to network within your own fandoms, as well as discovering other fandoms that you might have never been aware of.
And it brings a lot of them to the fore to people who had never realized before that there were things like anime organizations in their own city, that there were gamer groups that did board games or video games or whatever, because they had never thought to ask. And yet suddenly here they are, they're attending the Worldcon and they're talking to someone, in the games room, and they find out the guy lives down the street from him and he never knew he was a gamer, or things like that. So there's a lot of connections that happen. And they're usually of great benefit to the local organizations.
Okay, so while we're still on the topic of money, I'm going to ask this question and I'll come back to Discord. Sorry, guys. Dave Lightfoot asked, how much will admission cost, and is there a reduced price for low-income consumers? For example, I have a disability, cerebral palsy, and am on DIA.
We have not decided what the fee structure will be. I will say straight off, typically the cheapest membership to a Worldcon is to buy it within 3 months of site selection being decided, because when you pay your supporting fee for Discon 3 and your voting fee, that automatically gets you a supporting membership into the 2023 convention. And by the rules of the Constitution, once the price for attending membership is announced after site selection, that membership fee there's a multiplier limit of how much higher it can be than the supporting fee. And there is a defined limit to how long you must keep the initial attending membership fee to last. I believe I would have to ask our expert in the WSFS Constitution, who is not here, but I believe it's either 3 or 5 months, but don't quote me on that because I am a little bit wobbly on the Constitution.
I know it's at least 3 months.
It's at least 3 months.
And
we will have, for example, options to pay installments. What discounts, subsidized memberships we will offer, that has yet to be determined.
For example, some conventions have student memberships, or they have a first-time attendee membership that's a different rate, but that hasn't been determined as yet.
Right, or they have household or family memberships as well.
All right, Sam I Am says, depending on when it is in August, could we use Folklorama as an additional draw, assuming it can happen by 2023 as well?
Well, we certainly tapped into some of Folklorama when we had it the last time. We actually went to the Worldcon, which was in San Francisco the year prior to our happening, and we took with us 2 young ladies who wore the Ukrainian dancer outfits and did the bread and salt ceremony. When we had our opening ceremonies, we had a hoop dancer come and entertain us at the opening ceremonies for Winnipeg last time.
Scottish band at the closing ceremony.
And we had pipers at the end because when we were handing off to Glasgow at the time. So there is definitely a tie-in to the multiculturalism that we celebrate in Winnipeg all the time, and it makes it much easier for people if they can turn around and go, oh, I can get a local person. I don't have to pay for airfare for someone to come from. For example, if Glasgow is bidding for 2024 and wins, they won't have to pay to have a bagpiper come to this closing ceremonies for the handoff, because if we were doing it, we'd have pipers locally.
Awesome. Going to go through a couple of comments that we have. People are saying it's super exciting, more reason to go to DC and Chicago and build the excitement. Aliqua, I apologize for butchering that, but she goes, yes, because volunteering at Worldcon is the best way to experience it. At least it was for them. And Josie Souza mentions that their parent or her parents met at Worldcon in Chicago, which is super sweet.
Yes, I will give you fair warning. Unlike the last time that we were bidding, we were being voted on in Chicago. We will not be taking a van stuffed full of people down to Chicago because now we have seatbelt laws. But there might be 2 or 3 vans, or we might get a bus if there's enough people interested in going to Chicago.
Or we might re-invoke the Canadian transport system where everybody volunteers their alcohol allotment should we need it. In terms of crossing the border, I'm not saying paying for it. I'm just saying, for the allowances.
All right. Black Sideshow says, I mean, if we put it out there to Winnipeg fans as yes, we will have anime, comics, gaming, etc., and emphasize the genre, we could definitely get a lot more interested bids. There's a lot of people who haven't heard of Keycon or don't think they like sci-fi fantasy when they do, especially given a look at the title alone, my apologies, it looks like, oh, it's a sci-fi con rather than that it could be a huge overlap in local fans who don't already know about it. So basically they're saying, are we going to approach the other conventions in our city to bid and to have to bid for us and to be part of the committee so they too are more involved?
Yes. Hang on for a second, and if you can transmit this through
absolutely
the Discord.
I am more than happy to do it. So Discord knows that if they're not in the chat room, we did get a 10-minute warning a few moments ago. We do have to be done very shortly.
And I will say that if there is interest, we will open up a Zoom link after this panel so that if you guys want to drop by and ask more questions, we're more than welcome to that. We'll just put the Zoom link in the shameless promotion channel because, I'm all about that.
Yeah.
But anybody who wants to reach out to us and network, I would definitely appreciate them contacting me through that email that I just put into the chat.
I have placed the email into the programming main hall as well, so feel free to reach out.
And also, yes, COVID is a bit of a hard time to do bidding in because normally we would go out and do outreach at other events, but we are planning on contacting the AI Con people, the Transformers people, to let them know what's happening so that they're aware of what is happening and can ask us questions and get involved if we win and things like that.
Well, they can help us get out the message during the bid as well.
Yes.
Okay. Can you please tell us once again how much it, whoops, hello. Sorry, that I didn't finish reading that. Can you please tell us once again how much it is to pay for voting? So your total amount that you will pay for voting is in the form of 2 fees, which totals to $100 US. The first one, and I would recommend getting this one out of the way, is the supporting membership for DC, which is the administering convention in December, and that's $50. The second one, you will not have to pay until it actually comes to vote time, which we expect to open up at the very latest by August, I would think, because usually they give plenty of time for people to mail in their ballots. And that will also, again, be $50 United States dollars, USD, sorry.
Voting supporting members can convert J Beach. Voting supporting members can convert to attending for 90 days after the vote for no more than 4 times the voting fee.
Yes, thank you, Kubert, for looking that up. But yes, that's the multiplier that I was thinking about.
Yes.
Now, to be absolutely honest, it's very seldom been that they've actually done 4 times whatever the voting fee was.
Right. But that was put in place to give people a certain amount of leeway.
Okay, so people are wanting to continue this conversation. Just for clarity, where are we continuing this conversation as we have to close down for the Keycon portions?
Hang on for a second. I will put it in the Zoom. Sorry, I'll put it in the Zoom chat, and then I will stick it in the shameless promotion section channel in case people don't catch it in the chat for this one. Because as soon as we go, so goes the chat.
Yeah, for those who are not Zoom familiar, if you give us a few minutes, I might be able to come up with something. We might be able to steal one of the other rooms and move to there and broadcast to it. I just have to talk to Thor and figure out how to do that.
He's right here.
4 minutes. And do you want me to copy and paste and send you the chat?
Yes, please.
We have a spelling error in your email. It's not double I in Winnipeg. I think you spelled Winnipeg wrong, or is that a perfect?
Nope, that was a typo on my part. Yes, please.
I have
eliminate
fixed it.
Thank you.
Sorry
for
about that.
Eyes into an
I'm so
M.
embarrassed.
Dyslexic fingers, what can we say?
Very.
All right. Yeah, so we'll continue this conversation somewhere.
Yep.
Which one are we? Which way are we going to? Which is it in a chat room in the Discord?
No, we're going to Zoom link. That's always easier and faster for me.
Okay, Johnny, if you can send me that by email, it's much easier for me to get a hold of it.
Email, or do you want me to just text it to you?
Email, I think, is probably better.
Okay, will do.
And we'll try to figure out the people who can't do Zoom in a moment.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you for coming,
Apologies to those
everybody,
who
and we
can't do
look
that.
forward to continuing the conversation. And hopefully this will get people excited and interested in doing this. Take care, and we'll see you in the chat room.
And thanks for a great convention. I've really enjoyed Keycon this year. My first time ever.
Yay!
Hopefully not your last. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Closing the room.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, super. Well, welcome everybody to Scenes, How to Write a Zinger. And I think the description for this is Nancy Kress likely spoke for a lot of writers when she said, when I started writing in scenes, I started selling. But what is a scene? How are scenes structured? What is their function within a larger work and their internal structure? What elements should be included? In other words, how do you write a zinger? Okay, that is our write-up. Our panelists today, I believe, are myself, Susan Forrest, Barb Galler-Smith, and Leah, if she gets here.
Yep.
So, Barb, would you like to introduce yourself?
Oh, my name is Barb Galler-Smith. I'm an editor with On Spec magazine, and I'm a fiction writer of all kinds of science fiction and fantasy, quirky, speculative fiction. I have a bunch of short stories and 4 novels out there, one of which is self-published, and a trunk full of many, 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 many stories and novels, and always having a work in progress. And I like, as an editor, I love zingers, and when I'm writing, once in a while I actually discover I've even written a zinger, so which is always gratifying. Thanks.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm Susan Forrest. My novel Bursts of Fire came out 2019, and it won the young adult novel category for the Auroras in 2020. And last year, my book Flights of Marigold came out, and it's nominated this year in the same category. I also edit for Laxa Media, and they've got an award-winning series of anthologies out that I teach and present at conventions from time to time. And when I was teaching for the Alexandra Writers Center here in Calgary, one of the things I discovered, because I was working with a fair number of writers who were just starting out, that there were a fair number of writers that I was working with that were not writing in scenes. And you know, depending on your audience and who you're writing for and the type of book you're writing, that can be completely acceptable. So for instance, people who are writing memoirs or people who are writing something a little bit more, literary, often can get away with writing without scenes. But in the commercial genres, and science fiction fantasy tend more often than not to be in the commercial genres, yeah, you write without writing in scenes, and hey, editors pass. They're stories that just don't seem to sell very well. So this panel will be about, well, what is a scene to begin with, and how do you go and write a good one? So I'd like to start with you, Barb, and what are some things, like, let's start off with a definition of a scene, which I think is pretty nebulous, hard to describe or define, but give it your best shot.
It's probably easier to show in a video what a scene is. So if you imagine scenes in television is not very good because they do a lot of flipping around that's not very scene-like. Movies more classically have scenes, and they're numbered, and they can be shot out of sequence, but everybody knows. A scene, for example, that sticks in my mind is a non-dialogue scene with Spencer Tracy, and he is walking at sunset across from a farmhouse way across a field, and there's a large flock of sheep, and he walks all the way through the sheep and then says his line. Of course, that's how it comes out in the movie, but the first take was he forgot his line. He walks, and you see this whole beautiful thing, and then he says, I forgot my line. But that moment in time was a scene, and in fiction, to me, it's one action moment. So it's Barb going to the kitchen to wash the dishes and talking to her husband and, feeding the dog. And the next scene is taking out the garbage and getting abducted by aliens. It's distinct in itself. Not that it doesn't pertain to the whole, but it's distinct and short.
And yeah, and I would say scenes are like building blocks, right? If you were going to build an entire wall out of bricks, then the analogy with a story would be if you're going to build an entire story out of scenes. They are the bricks that you put together. And, there is also mortar. Sometimes you have transitions. Sometimes you have things that are not scenes that are still important and that you still need in your story. But the vast majority of your book or your story would be made out of scenes.
Yes, absolutely.
So, let me just grab a book off my shelf. This book, oh, excuse me. Little technical difficulty there. I ripped my earplugs out of my ears grabbing that book. This book, Story by Robert McKee, is an interesting book, very interesting. It's not directed at fiction writers. It's directed at screenplay writers. It's a good book. And he goes quite a bit into scene and what it is. And he points out that in a film, which you were referencing, Barb, a film can have a sequence of shots, which is different from a scene. So he describes, okay, you have a couple that wake up in the morning in bed, in love, happy. They start to bicker a little bit. You show them a little bit bickering over breakfast, and the bickering gets a little bit bigger. And then you show them in a car, and finally she says, pull over the car, I'm getting out. And although it's 3 different shots in 3 different locations, it is a single scene because it covers a single, maybe what you'd call an emotional unit, right? So in fiction, typically we see a single scene will take place in a single location. In fact, I'm editing this guy's novel right now. And, he's got this whole plan, it's all worked out, and say, okay, can you go write the scene in which X happens? And he has his detective go to the library, go to the archives, and go back to her office to accomplish this one thing. In a movie, that might be a single scene, but in a novel, I've really encouraged him to say, take the information from all 3 of those locations and just have her in her office reviewing those documents so that all of it can happen in a single location. So I don't think that's a hard and fast rule, but often I think in literature, at least, it's in a single location. Would you agree on that?
Often, yes. Or a single moment in time, even if it changes location. Transporters and things like that, definitely. And usually there's some specific thing that happens alongside of that, like the argument with your family, with your husband and wife. They're in the bed, they're in the kitchen, they're in the car. That's one emotional unit. And as long as it has an emotional unit, you can kind of change locations in the same way that people can be arguing by walking on a path. Just because they change locations in the path,
yes, that's true.
Doesn't mean that it's a different scene.
Well, right. The scene that takes place on the bridge of the Enterprise may cover several light years, right?
Exactly. Yeah. So every scene has the same story arc that the overall novel has. A novel has a story arc. Each chapter in the novel has an arc that fits into the front of that novel, and every scene in that chapter should have some sort of arc, so that at no moment the tension decreases no more than enough for the reader to catch their breath or have a little laugh, or go to the bathroom, but they have to get back. So there has to be like a little lull in the action for emotional recovery. But overall, every scene has to have that rising tension, climax, and a little kick to the next one.
Yes, exactly. It's got a beginning. It's a distinct beginning.
Yes.
Things happen, and it's got a distinct ending too. It doesn't just dribble off and they went home and had soup. See, I'm just noticing that Leah is here, and Leah is one of our panelists. Leah, would you like to unmute yourself and give us your video?
Show us your face.
And maybe do an introduction, and I'll have you weigh in on the topic.
She's coming. No, we can't see her yet. We can't hear her yet, but I can see that she's unmuting herself. And oh my goodness, Leah, I hope you're not talking because we don't hear you. At least I don't. Do you hear her, Susan?
No.
Oh dear.
Oh, poor Leah.
Oh dear.
Well, I'll tell you what, Leah, let's do this. Soon as you've got sound, interrupt whatever we're saying, okay? And we'll just kind of carry on.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, yeah, in chat she says, sorry, keep going. Poor Leah's got technical difficulties. Well, that's the modern world today, isn't it?
Yeah.
But getting back to what you were saying there, Barb, I would absolutely agree about structure. And in actual fact, coming back and referencing Robert McKee again, he talks about values, and he says that every scene should have that turning point, what you referred to as a climax of the scene, that every scene should turn on a value. So if the scene is about money, and a scene, like any scene can deal with a lot of different values at once, but it might have its turning point on a single thing. So he would say, if the scene happens to be taking place in a back alley and you've got a down and out person who's grabbing through the garbage can and he finds a lottery ticket and it's a winning ticket and he ends the scene being rich, the turning point, the value is money, and the turning point would be the finding and realization that he's now a millionaire, right? That might be an example of that every scene should turn on some value. It could be love, it could be honesty, it could be betrayal, whatever, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, excuse me.
So the other thing that, excuse me, I just choked on my drink here. The other thing that he talked about is that these values can be very negative or slightly negative. They can be positive or very positive. So the example that I just gave would go from double negative to double positive, because this guy was down and out and he ends a millionaire. That's a huge dramatic change in one scene. But a scene doesn't have to, like, if every single scene changed from double negative to double positive, or double positive to double negative, like if everyone was hugely dramatic, yeah,
very boring,
soap opera, right? So for instance, I once had a student who said to me, you know what, I've got a scene in my novel that I know is really important, but I can't really tell you what the value and what the turning point is. She described the scene. She says, there's a couple at a party, and the woman whose point of view it is has seen the husband's boss in a compromising situation. Looked like he was having an affair. She just saw this from a distance. She doesn't really know anything. And there's a moment in the party where the husband and the boss and the wife are all talking to each other, and she has an opportunity to say something and she doesn't.
Oh.
It's a very subtle moment. And he talked about this and he said, you know, maybe she's going from double positive to positive in her relationship with her husband, because she kind of keeps a secret, or almost a lie by omission, from her husband. So they're still in love and together at the end of the scene like they were at the beginning, but at that turning point, there's a little shift in maybe the value it's changing on is truth as opposed to love. But it's a very small shift, but still you can see how it's important. And she has to have that scene in the book, right? Because it's an important scene. Yeah.
Cool. Well, I was thinking about scenes, and it's a lot easier to, well, in my brain lately, I've read so many short stories in the last month that they're kind of merging together. But there's one novel, an old novel, where I find that the whole scene is also like the whole shot, basically. And
like a one-shot scene.
And you see this a lot in British television. They don't waste time, they only have one camera, so you roll the whole thing,
Yeah.
But this was in the novel Pride and Prejudice, and it's the scene where Elizabeth decides that she's not going to marry Mr. Collins, who's quite an oaf. And Mrs. Bennet says, if she does not have Mr. Collins, I will never see her again, right? And Mr. Bennet says, I have some sad news for you, Elizabeth. From this day forward, you must be a stranger to one of your parents, because your mother will never see you if you don't marry Mr. Collins, and I will never see you if you do. Mrs. Collins cries and runs out, and Elizabeth has a very smug look on her face. And that's the total scene. And it takes about, I don't know, less than 5 minutes on the screen.
But it's huge.
And it's absolutely pivotally huge. And it tells you about her, Mrs. Bennet, Mr. Bennet, and of course we already know that Elizabeth has her own way of thinking, but we now know that Dad deeply loves Elizabeth and is going against convention.
Yeah.
Because it really is an eligible match, good for the whole family.
Yeah. Yeah.
And and I love that scene. It tells you so much, and it's also very comical, So that's one of my favorite novel scenes.
So another thing that Robert McKee would say is that the turning point of a scene, he says the scene can only turn in one of two ways. It can turn on action or it can turn on revelation. So the example he gives, she slaps him across the face and says, I'm not taking this anymore, and leaves. So there's an action. That's the turning point of the scene. The revelation would be the husband says to the wife, I've been sleeping with your sister for the last 3 years. What are you going to do about it? So there's a revelation that changes. That's the turning point of the scene. So I'm just kind of wondering, I think that the scene you just described right now would be, the turning point would be the revelation of the dad's support, right?
Yes.
Going against convention.
Yes.
But you do also have, who is it? Mrs. Collins runs out screaming or something?
Mrs.
So
Bennet,
Mrs. Bennet runs out screaming. So you've got the action element of it
as
too.
well.
But I think that's a denouement, right? That's the ending. That's the tailing off of the scene when she runs out.
Yeah.
That's not the turning point.
No, the turning point is when he says, absolutely, I will never speak to you if you do. And that's exactly what Elizabeth wanted to hear, and exactly what her mother did not want to hear.
Yeah.
But,
yeah, very powerful.
And having zinger scenes, so many zinger scenes come to mind, mostly from movies. And some of them are shot scenes, where you have the long shot and it really kind of fills in a whole scene. Like in the beginning of Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers, when Legolas and Gimli and Aragorn are running through the hills of Rohan, and there's just the music playing, the Rohan music, and they're just running, and the camera's way far back, and it's like, and that's pretty much all it is, That to me is one of the most moving things because it speaks to me of hardship and persistence and going that extra mile. And we see Leah. Hi, honey.
Are you able to speak now?
Nope. Nope. Sorry. And you're still in the Discord room with your mic off, by the way. So you might have to close Discord. I don't know. But
anyway, you were saying.
Anyway, so but it speaks to that hardship and perseverance and dedication and loyalty and all of those things, which to me is the theme, one of the major themes of Lord of the Rings.
Mm-hmm.
And in that few short minutes of visual, to me, that really connects and it speaks to me. And if I'm feeling depressed, I can actually put that scene on the video and watch it and feel better. You know, I find it very uplifting.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think that's the purpose of a scene. So
yeah. Well, some of you may know a Canadian writer by the name of Matt. What's his name? Matt
Hughes.
Matthew Hughes. Yes. He's got a lovely essay on scenes and a definition of what belongs in a scene. And he would say a couple of things, that it has the following qualities. He says it's shown, not told, which is huge. It has sequentiality. You're like a fly on the wall. You see everything that happens from the beginning of the scene to the end in order. It's not told out of order. It uses strong point of view. You're generally inside one character's head in a scene.
Yeah.
There are some exceptions to this if you're writing omniscient, but very few people do these days because it's kind of out of fashion.
And it's hard to do, right?
And it's hard to do. So generally speaking, you're in one character's point of view and you see, hear, feel, and taste and smell everything from their senses.
Yes.
He would say it's got conflict, tension, and suspense, and it's there for a purpose. Oh, and the final thing, which we've kind of talked about a little bit, is shape. So it has a beginning, it reaches a point, and then it has a tail off.
Right.
And that, as you point out really, really well, Barb, that the tail off isn't completely an ending like the ending of a story or the ending of a book. It's a flip tail off, right? It's got a hook into the next scene.
It's a hook to the next thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So
what are some of your famous scenes? Because I have a few from movies that always get me. There is in the movie Casablanca, there is a scene where they're in Rick's cafe and the Nazis come in, the Germans come in, and there are all these French people around. And it turns out that many of the extras were actually French refugees.
Oh, really?
Yes. And the singer starts to sing the Marseillaise, which was forbidden by the Nazis. And they all start singing and people are in tears and the tears are real.
Yeah.
I mean, like, these are not just extras. These are French patriots.
Yeah, yeah, right? Yeah.
And the whole length of time it takes for that scene. And the Germans start to sing the national anthem of Germany, and they're just overwhelmed by the French.
Yeah.
And to me, that is, again, it tells you so much about the setting, the social milieu, how the people are thinking, how your main character, who is observing all of this at the side, how he is, which side he's on. You see them, which side he is on. He's trying to play political, but he doesn't want to, where his loyalties lie.
But again, if we take that scene, and I pretty sure I remember it, although I may be fuzzy on a couple of the details, so you can correct me. But if we talk about what we were just mentioning a minute ago about shape, I think it starts with the recognition that there's a table full of German soldiers there, and they're fairly loud and rowdy, and they start the singing, right? And then it has this build of tension between the Germans, the Nazis, and the French, and then it culminates with the woman singing, and kind of a little bit of the defeat of the Germans under this circumstance.
In
But
that sense, yeah.
the flip, the hook into the next one is, you know, that you don't dare do this to the Nazis without expecting something.
And yet, it's interesting because she started singing first.
Oh, she did. Okay, so I was fuzzy on that.
They walked in and sat down, and then she started singing very softly, and then lots of people joined in, and then the Germans started to sing their anthem, and then more French joined in, so that the voices of the French overwhelmed the loud voices of the Germans.
Yeah.
And it's been a while, and I don't remember if they left. I think the Germans left, but I can't quite remember. But the shape is the volume of the French, and then it comes to the conclusion of the anthem, and it's all quiet, and then Rick says something, and that kind of hooks into the next.
And that's the hook into the next one. So, but it's got all those pieces, right? The beginning,
Yes. Oh.
the build, the turning point, which
Yes.
I would say is probably a turning point on action rather than revelation.
Yes.
Because yeah, and then the hook.
And because it was done in the early 1940s, and I think the movie came out in 1940. So it was very much
current,
pro-German.
Current.
Yeah. So
yeah.
I think you're so right about that shape, though. It's perfect.
Yeah. Okay. Let's talk a little bit about some techniques for scene writing. And I kind of referenced one a little bit, but and I can't remember who the author is. I don't. But one of the authors that I read was talking about the problems sometimes people have in writing their scenes is writing into a scene and writing out of the scene. In other words, not giving it a good, solid, sharp opening and not giving it a good, solid, sharp ending.
That's an interesting dilemma, and I know that when I'm writing, and one of the things that is invisible when I'm reading, but if I'm editing, I see it, is that classic three-part scene or three-part chapter, three-part story that has these little problems that need to be solved, little problems. So it's like a little try-fail, that, decades ago, A.J. Budrus wrote a little book about it on how to write a short story. And for me, a scene has sort of that little mini, there has to be some conflict. There might be only one or two things, right? But there has to be some conflict that drives the tension, drives the shape upwards.
An inciting incident. Every scene should
Every
incite.
scene has to have something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, we were talking at a different panel this morning about openings. We're talking about openings of stories, openings of books. But I would say the same thing is true in the opening of a scene, that very first line of your scene should have some tension to make the reader want to keep reading. And it should have the clarity. You should know who is in the scene.
Yes.
You should know where they are and a little bit about what's happening right off the bat. Like, I know I've got caught on this a couple of times on my own, and thank goodness for a good editor to catch it. I'm writing a book or even a short story with multiple scenes, and I finish a scene and I'm just in my head assuming the next scene starts with the same character. So I say, she, da-da-da-da-da-da. And then going back on revision, I think, I don't care how clear the end of the last scene was, I'm going to put character name was da-da-da-da-da-da.
Oh, yeah, because people put their books down and go to bed. And then when they pick it up, you don't want it to start with she.
Right. Exactly.
You have to go back and who is she and all that kind of stuff. I'm just looking at a story by Greg Wilson in OnSpec, who, not this story, but another story that he wrote is up also for an Aurora.
Oh.
And I've maybe not Aurora, some big award in the States, and it's totally skipped my mind. I think it's I can't even remember, but I'm looking to see how he did, if there's scenes in his story. Yes, in the middle, one scene goes to another, and it's an excerpt actually. So never mind. This is not.
You know, I think though that you raise an important point, and that is not every sequence, not every piece of a book has to be a scene. And I think the problem is, like, if you're writing for a more literary audience, I think you can get away with a lower ratio or lower proportion. But in a commercial story, I think you want 80 to 90% of your book to be written in scenes. But that's not to say that you wouldn't have a short piece. It's like you just described, like that's a transition, or, you know, it could be just told, because actually there's a wonderful author from the United States, Barb, I think you know him, James Van Pelt.
Yeah, Jim, he's a great short story writer. Absolutely.
He's amazing.
Great.
Anyway, he talks about time management, and he says, as writers, we are managers of time. And he says there's all different kinds of time. There's the actual time something takes. There is exploded time, which is where everything slows down, like slow motion. So for instance, a bullet hitting a guy, and you see him fall, and you see the reactions of the other people, and you see the blood or whatever, you know, I'm getting a little graphic, but I mean, it gets exploded time is when you slow things down. There's also speeded up time. And that's where you take several months and you write one line. You say 3 months later, they were at the drive-in when, right? So yes, you can speed your story up. If you've got something that takes place 3 months later, you may need to write a sentence or a paragraph that's not scenic. It's simply exposition. It's a description of what happened in that 3 months. It's very short. And that might be very good writing, but it's not a scene.
You know, it's I'm just looking up because he has a list of books. He told me a couple of years, maybe 2 years, 3 years ago, that, and I asked him how many book sales he'd had, and pretty close to 200 short story sales, just short stories.
Yeah.
And I asked him, he's so prolific, what's your rejection rate? And because most of us, it's like for every 10 stories you put out, you might have one that sells, more like 1 out of 20 or 30. And he says, oh, his acceptance rate was something like about 65, 70%.
Yeah.
And I was like,
he knows what he's talking about.
He knows what he's doing. And he's got a whole bunch of short stories, but he also has, I thought he had a book on a how-to-do book. And I can't.
Oh, it wouldn't surprise me, because he knows a lot. I don't know if he does have one.
Well, he was, I think, wasn't he at Rainforest one year when we were there, and he gave a talk on short stories?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's where I got some of this.
Oh, yeah. So he's pretty amazing. And I have 2 copies of his Flying in the Heart of the Lafayette, because I bought one for 2 years in a row because I forgot that I had bought it.
Yeah.
So it's pretty good. I'd have to look that up, but if anybody can get a collection of, he has a collection. I think that's a collection of his short stories. Totally worth every penny to see.
Yeah, and you know what? He's such an amazing author that just reading a collection of his short stories would be a course. It would be an education in how to write short stories.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he was one of those mutant people who writes every day.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, you heard that he retired from teaching and he went back half-time and he said, "Oh, I'm only working half-time. I'm going to write every day and I want to write a story a week for 52 weeks."
And he did it.
He did.
He did it.
Yeah.
He
And
did
then the next year, every time you look at him on Facebook, he says, "Sold another story, sold another story."
I know. If he wasn't so darn nice and so darn talented, I would just totally hate him.
He's a wonderful person. Okay, let's talk about ending lines. Now, here's something again, like we talk about dribbling off a scene. You have all the action happening, and then they went home and ate soup, right? There's no hook into the next scene. So why is the reader ever going to turn the page? And a hook into the next scene doesn't have to be a cliffhanger, but it needs to be something that draws the reader on. And one thing that I have kind of discovered over time is lots of times you've written that hook into the next scene and then you've written 3 more lines. And if you go back in revision and you look at your scene endings, sometimes you've got a great last line. Sometimes you just cut a couple of lines and you say, "Oh,
that's where the line is."
That was the one, right?" And then, so what's your experience with last lines, Barb?
Oh, I like last lines because the last line emotionally has to be that line where you come to the end and you read it and you go, that it has to satisfy the reader, that they don't think any farther than this is now over. You know, I mean, some things lend themselves to sequels and all that kind of thing. And some books, you finish one and you've got to get the second one because really it's not done. The story's not done. But a good book, good story, when it comes to the end, that last line or two has to tie up emotionally. That's the most important thing to me. Is the
Yes, true for stories or books, but I'm thinking scenes, because I think it's almost the opposite in a scene. If you give it too much of a sense of finality, then why would the reader turn the page?
And then it's a really short story.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So every scene has to have the hook to the next one.
I think I had somebody describe this once, and they said something like, you end a scene with, "and then she opened the door," is not quite as good as, "and then she opened the door and he pointed a gun at her." Like sometimes you need to add that little bit from the next scene into your ending to hook in, right?
Yes, she was home alone again and the door opened.
I've got a couple of last lines. This is not my work. This is somebody else's, but this person's really good at last lines, I think. So I'm just going to skip through and read a couple of last lines, if you like. As the screams rose around him, Lawrence Kinland realized he wasn't going home.
Aww.
Let's see if I can get another one. He pulled up the hood of his costume, picked up his Dream Rider skateboard, and stepped out of dream memory. Maybe not quite as good.
That's still
Let's
pretty
go to
good.
the next one. And why did he have to be so nice all the time? She couldn't even pick a fight with him. I like that. Okay, he said, "I'm in." He looked at the group. "Who's with me?" Like these are springboards into the next action happening, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. But they also give a sense of finality. They sort of give a sense of this scene is over, but now we want to read the next scene. So it kind of does both duty, finish and lead.
So I'm looking through one of Jim's books here, and I'm looking for a scene. And so far, I'm in 3 different stories, and none of them have scenes.
He's not writing in scenes, and he's selling. That's tough.
It's interesting. So far, that's starting in the middle of the book. That's 4 or 5. Oh, here's one where it just changes. He puts a date in. So it's written in days. So each day is a different scene. And so here's a good example in the middle of a story. And don't know the title of it, but the last line of the sentence before the scene change is, all these years, in dialogue, all these years I've known Nathaniel Shirley died because of me.
Yeah.
Like, what a kicker.
Yeah, you're going to want to keep reading, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it raises questions.
Yeah. So yeah, I think that's a pretty good kicker. I gotta read this next.
Oh, we've got a question from Discord. What was the name of the author who wrote a short story a week for 52 weeks? That's James Van Pelt. And there is his book. Actually, he's got about 4 books of short stories now, doesn't he?
He's got lots, and he's in so many different anthologies.
And he's in
he's everywhere.
Every magazine that you've read. So
yeah.
So just talking a little bit more about the internal parts of a scene. Scenes, generally speaking, will have some action, some description, probably some dialogue, and probably some internal monologue. And these will generally be interwoven. So just, if we're going right back to scene writing 101,
yeah.
When we talk about shown, not told, so instead of, she did this and then she did this and then she did this, just telling, you're going to show it. You're going to have, hello, John, right? You're going to have the dialogue. You're going to have what she's thinking about.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything else about the internal parts of a scene? Because then I'm going to go on to the function of a scene in a whole book. But
let's go on. Let's go on. If I think of something later, I'll say so.
Okay. Well, agendas, though, that's another thing that I just thought of for the internal parts of a scene. Generally speaking, now there are single person scenes. I think if you're looking at the movies, a wonderful single person scene comes from the movie Gravity. If anybody saw that film, it's Sandra Bullock as an astronaut.
Yeah.
And she is alone for the big majority of the film. And each of the scenes, for instance, when she gets depressed and thinks there's no way I can never solve these problems, I'm going to die, and she's thinking about her children, right? So you can have single person scenes for sure. Most often, I think I think more often than not, you see multi-person scenes, usually 2, maybe 3, 4, or 5 person scenes. And so there's some back and forth, and each character in a scene has a goal. They have something that they're trying to accomplish.
Yeah.
And if you have 2 people in a scene, often their goals are at cross purposes in order to create conflict, right?
Yeah.
If they're both in agreement, not a heck of a lot of conflict in that scene. There's not a heck of a lot of narrative drive to make the reader want to keep reading.
Yeah. You talk about Gravity, The Martian, both the book and the novel.
That's another one.
Are chock full of these individual moments of up and down, and carrying on to the next scene with a little bit of hope or some sort of impetus to move on. So yeah.
Okay, well, then we can always bounce around, as you say, come back to it. But let's talk a little bit about the scene within a larger work. So the function of a scene within a short story or a novel. And I think that's one of the things that's super important for writers to remember, is that if you're writing a scene, it needs to pull its weight, say, in a book. I just finished editing a novel for a woman. Actually, it wasn't an editorial service so much as a mentorship that I did through the Alexandra Writers Center. I was working with her for 6 months, and she wrote she had a great book. She had a great idea. She had some amazing scenes, really good writing, but you know what it was? It was a whole mass of scenes that kind of had a beginning and stuff happened and kind of had an ending, But she had some beautifully written scenes that did not forward the book. It's a story of a young woman with a couple of kids who in a past part of her life was spent time in jail for murdering her husband. Whether she did or not is a reveal in the book, right? But her current job is she's working days in a nursing home, but evenings she's making drugs. She's making opioid 80s to sell on the streets, and she's very good at it. She balances all the ingredients perfectly so that people get a consistent product and they're not going to overdose. And she thinks she's earning her money in a way that's not going to hurt anybody. So you can imagine this is a really tense book. I mean, because the children, right? The jeopardy and all of that. But she has some beautifully written scenes where the mother and the child are interacting. It's like a 4-year-old child who's quite verbal, and he's written so beautifully. He is a kid. You love this kid. But as beautiful as those scenes are, I said to her, kill your darlings. It's a great scene. Maybe you can use it somewhere, but it's not taking the story forward.
When Josh and I were writing Captives, we had a scene in which it was, I can't remember exactly what it was, but I wrote this scene in which my main female protagonist, who is imprisoned with this child, a young boy about 9 or 10, and it's tragic. It's absolutely tragic. And he tries to escape, and he jumps out of a window on this Roman tower thing, and he dies impaled upon like a pointy fancy thing at the bottom. And I sent it off. This was to Josh. This was my scene. This was my scene to accomplish a certain goal with the character, not with him, but with her. And Josh came back to me and he goes, "That was so beautiful, Barb. Absolutely amazing. I cried. We can't use it." So what do you mean you can't use it? It's brilliant, beautiful, and you cried. He says it's too soon to kill the kid.
Yeah.
So the whole scene was just not used.
Well, it's fodder for a short story later, right? Or something.
It was a good example. And but there was no place in any other of the novels that we could have used any of that.
No.
So, but and he was right. I barely argued with him. I was like, but
you knew, Yeah. Well, and I would say that scenes, generally speaking, they should have at least one purpose for being in your book. But again, if they can have more than one purpose, so in other words, if they can deepen your world, show change in your character, accomplish a dramatic thing or a twist in your plot, like if they can do more than one thing, that's great. But they should at least serve one function, right?
Oh, yeah. Earlier in one of the other sessions, I think yesterday, I think, I showed you a piece of my outline for one of the books. And I just want to share my screen again.
Sure.
And show one little thing to, oops. My host.
Well, you don't have permission?
I don't have permission.
I can't give you permission because I'm not a host, but maybe somebody else can.
So
done. She has permission.
You got permission.
You're so good. You're so fast. Okay, so you can see here in section 8, right? It's done because we wrote it, and we had great detail before we wrote it as to what was going on in this character. And we have the primary goal, and which was a true thing. So it was a historical element that we had to bring in. And then the secondary goal was to show 2 characters as honorable and brave.
Yes.
And then we made a note, and before the scene was written, that we have to keep an eye out for other opportunities to show that both the Romans and the Celts are superstitious and willing to believe in curses.
Yeah.
Because that's important later on. So it's important, not just later on, but also previously to this.
I like the way you have that outline that shows the narrative, what happens, and then what is the purpose? Why is the scene in the novel, right?
Yeah. And earlier in this, I'll just scroll back towards the beginning. In number 3, we don't have the primary goals because I think it's a continuation of 2 in some ways, but it introduces Malik, and the numbers in the parentheses are their ages. So because we had to realize that Siva had to be at least old enough to have children the same age as Malik. Like that's not her child, but at the same age, and to establish the setting, which is was a real pre-Roman setting in Belgium. And this is like historical kind of narrative info dump, interwoven with Malik and the tensions that he has to do, and how come he's not a very good fighter, but he's a really good student, like bookworm kind of guy. So, but all the Celts knew how to fight. He just wasn't that as good as Galen, for example. So we knew all of this before the scene was even written.
Yeah.
So that's pretty detailed. So yeah, basically you could take this whole thing, take out the little numbers and things, and have a nice synopsis.
Yeah. So can serve more than one purpose.
So the
not
scene,
only as a planning document, but for a synopsis.
So and so if the primary purpose is to introduce a character and help begin to develop her character, that's great. And then to show the relationship, the secondary thing was more historical, but in the context of our fictional characters.
Yeah. No, I'm really glad you shared that, because I would imagine some of the people attending here, I mean, every writer has their own way of doing things, and there's no such thing as one right way, right? There's a zillion ways, but the more we can have access to other writers' processes, the more we can learn from that. So that's really good.
So I like number 7. It was a short scene, and I'd kind of have to look in the book to see what it was. Resolve the problem of a vision that came up in scene 4.
Yeah. Well, and
I hate to interrupt.
Oh, yeah.
We have 4 minutes, and there was a question from Discord about how to write a good diary style scene.
Same way.
In my opinion, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that, but it's not a scene. If you're writing a diary, it's completely interior monologue. It's what a person is thinking and putting on a page. And I mean, it's possible, but it really stretches credulity to think that a person is going to write their diaries by saying, the moon was shining when I stepped out onto the balcony, right? People don't write diaries that way. So it's not going to be shown, it's going to be told. There's unlikely to be dialogue unless there's a couple of quoted lines that the person can remember. It could be excellent writing. I'm not saying it would be bad. You could write a whole book that way, and people have very successfully, but it wouldn't be a scene, in my opinion. Barb, what do you think?
I don't think it would be a scene either, but if you're going to have a whole story that's just a series of diary entries, each of those entries has to have those essential elements of the development of the character for the reader's benefit. Because I really don't find reading somebody else's diary very interesting.
Dracula was written that way.
Okay,
it's a good book. I enjoyed it.
That was a brilliant book, right? But most of the things that we write about are pretty prosaic. So it's got to have some tension. It's got to have some tension.
And there's another example: the Screw Tape Letters.
Yep, tension. All the time, tension. No matter what you do, there has to be some sense of conflict.
Okay, I was having a look at the schedule that's in graphic form, and it said we have an hour and a half, but apparently we only have an hour, and our time is up.
Oh,
So very quickly then, Barb, did you have a
Let me
last
double check
word?
that.
Just before we sign off.
Oh, okay. I'm good either way.
I think we're good till the hour.
That's actually my error. I had you down as an hour, but you are an hour and a half. So if you want to carry on, carry on. My apologies.
Carry on, Susan.
Okay, right. Well,
My butt's not sore
we're
yet.
allowed to carry on, would you mind making me a co-host, and I'll share the scenic descriptions for my current novel?
Yeah.
Yes, you can share. I've fixed that setting. I don't actually have to make you a co-host.
Okay, there you go. Can you guys see this? Okay, I'm shortening out the visual so that we can make this just a little bit bigger. I showed this yesterday if you were at the planning, pantsing and quilting section.
Right.
So I am a hyper planner, but you can see I've got all these scenes. Each one of these is a scene in the novel. I'm not going to scroll to the bottom because there's 15 of them, something like that. So, but you can see here is the narrative, which would be similar to what you saw in Barb's, the written part. Renica climbs the shrine above her farm in the starlight, happy with her dyeing project earlier in the day, and especially happy about her special pregnancy and her love for Jack, who's her husband. But the question that I'm trying to set up here is, can you have an intimate relationship when you have secrets? Jack and Renica are married and they're very happy, but Renica is keeping secrets that do wind up getting revealed later in the novel. And there's a little bit of tookishness here. Renica plans to have this one child who is like herself with a small amount of magical ability. She's had 5 children for Jack already, and none of them have magic ability because she's just really working very hard to be a wonderful wife for Jack, and he hates magic. He does, and so the reveal that she has magic is going to be a big reveal in the book. I think it's important to explain why this is happening now. She's happy because life is good. Sex is now satisfying. She's been married 5 years, and she's intimate enough with him that they've learned each other's bodies, and she has good sex with him, right? And finally, after 8 years and 5 kids, things have changed a bit, and Renica is a bit lonely for her own culture, right? And so yeah, she's given Jack 5 non-magical children, and her confidence in her relationship is increasing, and she thinks she can have a magical child and not mess up her life, right? So this small amount of adventurousness is finally returning. She's been kind of scared and hiding out on this farm, and she does have some fond memories of her days on the road with her sisters, which of course leads, you can imagine if this is where the book is starting, all of that's going to go wrong. And she meets her sister, and her sister Meg is nervous. She's looking forward to seeing Renica again. The Amber Prayer Stone is the magical thing, gave her an opportunity to reconnect after many years. Meg has a magical thread. So why? So that's going to be your hook into the next scene. Why is this magical thread? But over here, you can see it's life before. That's the function of this scene. That's where it fits in the book. So we need to know a little bit about Renica before things happen. And there's a bit of an inciting incident insofar as Renica, who goes up to this shrine. This actually happens in scene 2. Actually, it doesn't. When I wrote them, I combined both 1 and 2 because it turned out that they did belong together, right? So Meg is at the shrine. She asks Renica to harbor her because they're on the run. So there's your inciting incident. It's also a bit of a complication. This might also be considered the monster attacks scene. If you think of Renica and her sister Meg don't get along very well, and Meg has come here to say, why don't you help me out? And Renica, who's very afraid and she's hiding on this farm, does not want to help Meg out. She doesn't want to have anything to do with her sister. So in that sense, it's the monster attacks scene. It also has the function of internal stakes. What does Renica have to lose? Well, what she has to lose is that Meg, being her sister, knows she's magical. And when Meg in this scene, Meg realizes Jack doesn't know that Renica's magical, then that shows the stakes, because Renica becomes really afraid. Oh my God, Meg is going to tell my husband that I'm magical. It's going to ruin my entire life. I'm going to be sent out on the road as a refugee again. I won't have my husband. I won't have my home. I'll probably be separated from my children. So it's her fear that is the internal stakes, right? And actually, the scene ends when Meg curses the baby. Meg gets so angry, she says, I curse you to have a child even more magical than you are. See how you like that? So it is a curse, but it's not a curse in the negative sense. It's just simply, I curse you with getting what you wished for, right? So you can see how this scene kind of sets up the whole rest of the book. But each of these scenes has a purpose. I haven't written out the purpose in all of them. This is a crisis. In other words, so the 5 things that you have in a book or in a sequence or in a chapter or in a scene are the inciting incident, the complication. The crisis is where the character makes a decision, or they debate a decision. I could do this or I could do that. The climax is where they take action and they actually do something. And then the result, what happens? So those 5 things. So this would be the crisis moment. Renica returns home furious and shaken. I'm supposed to forgive her and expose my family to danger for her. So now she's got this decision that she has to make. And what decision does she finally make? The next 3 scenes actually are not Renica's story. Blue is Renica. Red is Meg, and gray is Janet, the other sister. So when we come back to Renica, we've got an escalation of her doubts. We have a crisis. And this is also her save the cat moment. So in other words, showing that she's got some generosity. So here's where I note why do I include the scene in this book? It's different from the why now, right? That is your interior logic chain. That's why this event happens right now. Without making a decision, she returns to normal. That's why this happens now. But over here, this is the function of the scene in the book. The nuisance is an attack by the antagonist, the rejection of the call to adventure. You know these parts, right? Complication, crisis. There can be many complications, many crises. Rebuff. That's a romance step. Internal stakes. You can repeat them because there could be more than one internal stake. Anyway, that's a lot of talking in my part. So
I have a question, and someone asked, do you have a preferred a program for outline Word, for example, versus some writing app? And I wrote in the text. I now use tables in Word, but we originally used just a Word document kind of set up in the paragraphs that had pretty much the same information as Susan's did. So we know what Susan has, and it looks like it's a Word document.
It's just a Word document with a table.
With the table. But I wanted to ask you, that's a lot, as you say, that's a lot of information. How much of that is put down before you write a word in that scene?
What you saw.
So you'd have all of that down before.
Yeah, I will take maybe 5 days and try to devote it to nothing but writing and no doctor's appointments. And if I can get away with it, no cooking and cleaning, no nothing. In fact, if I can, I'll go away on a writer's retreat for about 5 days. where I can juggle all these balls in my head and go back and forth and get the outline down. And let me just quick show you. I need to go back into screen share just a sec. I'll show you how I translate that into, so that's the plan. Here's in my Scrivener. So here I'm writing in Scrivener. This is the plan. This is the 3 boxes, which are the narrative, the why now, and the information. That information I've just put right there. And you can see I'm in the middle of writing this scene.
Right.
So in this scene, the plan is Janet has been imprisoned with Huon soldiers captured during the battle, the ones that surrendered, and she gets confirmation that Iden is being held by Huon. Like that, there's the first line, little bit of the plan.
Right.
So here's the actual writing. The soldiers released Janet into a small cavern holding a handful of prisoners, all Arcanian soldiers. Pissed, she could scream. Why hadn't she been more careful?
Yeah.
Right, and there's the writing of it.
Sounds good. Yeah, I pretty much do the same thing. If I've got a little bit of an outline, I know my goal for that scene, I will put it at the top of the page.
Yes.
So that I know, and then I just sort of pants it from there. And then I come to the end, I go back to my goal and say, is that right? Did I accomplish that? Did I come up with something else? Is there something I need to do, fix, and then I might modify my original.
Well, and I find very regularly, I will have a certain amount written to happen in a scene, and I might actually write it in 3 scenes.
3 bits.
And similarly, I might have 2 scenes in my plan, and I realize,
it's just one.
That can all happen in 1 scene.
Yeah.
Right? The main thing that has got that shape, that it has an inciting incident, some complications, some decision that needs to be made, and an action or a turning point, right? And then that hook into the next scene.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of work. Writing is hard work.
Yeah.
Not for the faint-hearted.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's and then of course, then you get sidetracked because you're drawing the map or you're researching. You're researching what kind of soap they used in 50 BC.
Yeah.
And then there you go. You're done.
Yeah. So I've got another topic that we could talk about a little bit. And that is, generally speaking, when you're writing any kind of a story, what the reader is very interested in is that emotional ride, right? That we read to get into a character's head, to understand what other people are like, but specifically, because there's a wonderful moment in Star Trek, the original series, where this alien overtakes Spock's body, and the alien in Spock's looks around and says, "Oh my God, how do you guys stand being human? You're also isolated and alone," right? And it's true. No human being can really experience another human being's life, right? So I think fiction is one of the ways that we're very curious about each other and about each other's life experience. So through fiction, the reader can experience somebody else's life. So the emotion is a really important aspect to any part of a story, but I think to a scene specifically. So let's delve into that a little bit. Barb, what techniques do you use to help manage you don't want every scene to be at the top screaming level of emotion, right?
No.
So how do you manage emotion in a scene?
Oh gosh. I think I don't know how anybody else does it. I'm sure everybody is different. Mainly I just try to clear everything away from my consciousness except the story, so that mentally and emotionally I'm focused on what the character is doing experiencing and how the character is feeling. And if I don't ask how the character is feeling, then the scene will be flat. So I just try to verbalize for her or him what's going on, and which is one of the reasons why when I'm writing that kind of stuff, I need to be uninterrupted. I can't have my husband coming in every hour going, what's for dinner, or do you want pizza, or I really need. It was great when he was working because I could do my thing, and then from about 11 o'clock till about 3 o'clock, I was in my own little bubble, and that's been hard to recapture for a novel length of work. Because he retired in 2012, and my productivity went. I mean, everything from even what time I had to wash the dishes changed, so that was pretty tough. But
I think you bring up something that's really important, and that is that the reader really wants to be firmly immersed in a single character's point of view, not bounced around to a bunch of different internal states, so that they can get deeply inside a character. And as the character experiences the story, the reader experiences the emotion of the story, right?
That is almost always true, except I see a lot of variation in romance.
Oh, really? Oh, talk more about that.
Because romance, there is a little bit of a crossover between point of views, and when I see it in science fiction or fantasy, it's really muddy because the point of view is not clear. But there will be, in fact, moments where we're in her head and we're in his head, but they kind of go like that, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes it's really she's doing this and then he reacts, and it's inclusive of the reader, because his reaction would be the reader's reaction.
Oh, okay.
Well, as the love interest. So, when you're reading something and say she's going off on a tangent and the reader's going, oh, for God's sakes, woman, right? And he's going, oh, for God's sakes, woman.
Right.
And so it's really cohesive. And in good romance, it's done really well. It's still not very often that you see it, but for romance writers that have a main protagonist as the male and a main protagonist as the female, and so they alternate points of view, could be, and it's always in the scene where they're related to each other.
Well, and the other thing, actually, you bring up something really important. I'm just going to, I can grab this book without yanking the things out of my ears. I hope everybody who is writing is somewhat familiar with Angela Ackerman's and Becca Puglisi, their book, The Emotion Thesaurus. They actually have, how many would you say, Barb? Maybe about 6 or 8 of these books right now. The Emotion Thesaurus was the first one, but they've got the positive traits thesaurus, the negative traits thesaurus, I forget, they got like a bunch of them, but it actually is a thesaurus. First of all, there's about 3 pages at the beginning where they talk about emotion, and it's really good. If you're going to read 3 pages of anything, read 3 pages of this book. It's very short. And then everything after that is a 2-page spread. Each 2 pages talks about an emotion. So I've opened it up to anger. Okay. So it starts off with the physical sign, the definition, and then the physical signs of anger. So if you are writing a non-viewpoint character, in other words, in your romance scene, if I was the female and we're inside the female's head, then what do I see the male character doing? This is external signs of anger, and it could be flaring nostrils, sweating, holding elbows wide from the body, chest thrust out, sweeping arm gestures, handling objects or people roughly, a high chin, noisy breathing. There's a whole pile of things. Now, not every one of these is going to fit your character. You might find
Please.
something.
Please don't put them all in.
Don't put them all in. You might find something, or it might make you think of a different thing that's not even on this list that would fit your character, right? And then internal sensations. So if I'm the female character and we're inside my head, right? These are some of the things she might feel internally, right? This is mental responses, what she might be thinking about, right? And then long-term anger and suppressed anger. And every emotion that she writes about has the same 2-page spread.
Oh, nice.
Isn't
Nice.
that wonderful?
That's nice.
Yeah. So, so the character whose point of view you're in, you get their thinking and their feelings, and the character that is external, the other character in the scene, you can see externally their behavior and you can hear their tone of voice and what they say. So I recommend that book.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And it's available online too. I have a physical copy, but you can get it online. I think some people really like the online one because, or the ebook is what I should say, because it's searchable.
Oh, that's nice. I have an old Kindle and an old Kobo that I just recently started using. I had them. I don't think I've read anything on my Kobo. I do have a couple things downloaded, and I read I used to download on-spec slush stories so I could read them on airplanes going somewhere.
Yeah, like a year and a half ago.
Yeah, but I don't think I've had my Kindle on in probably at least 5 years. It's been a while.
The other thing that Angela Ackerman says, which I think is awesome, is you can evoke a lot of emotion by the setting that you put your characters into. So for instance, she gives an example. Suppose your character is a world-class Olympic swimmer who almost drowned.
Mm-hmm.
Set your scene on a pier next to the water, right? Just the setting is going to evoke a lot of emotion. Donald Moss, we were talking about him in a panel earlier. I can't remember if I mentioned him in this panel. He's a New York agent. He says, whatever the climactic scene of your book is going to be, choose a setting that is a place of fear for your main character.
Mm-hmm.
You can imagine how that's going to energize your climax scene,
yeah.
right? Yeah.
So that's pretty cool. Links for books mentioned, can you post to the Discord? Yeah, well, Matt Hughes, Angela Ackerman.
The Emotion Thesaurus. I don't know what book Matt Hughes wrote. I know I got some information from him. Who else did we? Oh, we mentioned Robert McKee.
Yes.
McKee. Oh, I should Emotion Thesaurus by Angela. Oops, I hit caps lock. Ackerman.
Did you know there's a UFC writer named Matt Hughes?
No, I didn't know that.
Apparently there is. I don't think it's our Matt Hughes who's a mixed martial artist.
No, I don't think so. I've met him. He doesn't strike me as a mixed martial artist. Robert McKee.
Okay, well, you'll have to go look it up yourself, folks, because it's too complicated for me.
Okay, there's two of the ones that I mentioned.
Okay.
I can't remember if I mentioned anything else.
So that's what I put up James Van Pelt, his name. So how much time do we have left?
I think we're closing. Do you have any final comments about scenes?
I have a 2-minute video sequence I would like to show.
Well, I think we have 2 minutes. No, we have 7. We have 7 minutes.
So
go
would
ahead.
you like to close up and then I'll finish with this video session?
Okay, so how does this work? What do you want me to do?
Well, you just say what you want to say, and then
my closing
I'll
is
share my screen.
Right in scenes. There, I'm finished.
Okay, and this is 1 minute and 52 seconds.
Okay.
So let me
That's perfect. You got 2 minutes.
Okay, share my screen. Share, and I'll widen that.
Wow, Barb.
That to me is one of the most powerful scenes in the entire film series.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that makes me cry. And I've seen it literally dozens of times.
Yeah.
Dozens.
Yeah.
So
Thank you.
to me, that is a scene.
Yeah.
It tells you everything you need to know.
Mhm.
So that's it.
That's it.
Good luck writing. Keep writing. Do your best and keep getting better and better.
We'll see you all at the next convention or at the closing ceremonies or the next panel or somewhere.
Susan, thank you so much. I have learned a lot from you, as I always do.
Thank you.
So you read all the things and then tell me the salient points. Which is great.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ladies. Just so people know, the link for the closing ceremonies has also been posted to the Discord hallway. And I hope to see you all at 6 o'clock. Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.